Good evening and welcome to a new broadcast of Four Nations brought to you by UCAL. We're heading in towards the second week and our very first day, and there's multiple things we might need to discuss. Of course, there was a massive tweet that told us that a lot of new talent was on screen announced, and we'll be joining you in some broadcasts in the upcoming following weeks. My name is Gentleman Bo. I'll be joining in for the upcoming weeks, and of course, we're shaping up this competition. Only in the second week, a couple of pinpoints have been given away thus far, but it's time to maybe bring in some of the new and the established talent right on this desk. Thank you so much. Let's bring in our two analysts of today. Of course, Evie and Rob. Welcome. All right, kicking off the broadcast of today, Rob. I notice you're smiling already a little bit of a delay, but in this second week, it feels like we're still trying to shape up the entire competition, right?
Yeah, it's early days, but still, 2 out of 9 games have been played. So that's still, if you've got points on the board, that's important for some of these orgs. We've got some good games for this first half. It's going to be us for the first half at least. So you're going to have Brod versus Absolved. Bit of a banger there. Brod, we've got some benching rumours, Akkers is gone. Akkers is benched. Get that rat out of here. And then you also, the second game, we've got Rise versus Bandits, which I think for me is the game of the day today. So I'm very, very happy to be here.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good day today. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I noticed already in the green room behind the screens, we were discussing a little bit what could happen in the second week, of course. Evie, what does the second week mean to you for all the competitors playing today?
I think it's going to be important, really, to try and bounce back for a lot of these teams that have struggled potentially in week one. Having quite high expectations for Bandits in particular, not performing quite as well as they could have. Be good to see if they have any way to come into week number 2. Difficult opponents in Rise, but hopefully they can find a way back into things.
Exactly. Let's do a little bit of a recap for the former week we have seen thus far, because a lot of those teams have been playing some games already. Also, we just noticed that Rob already told us a couple of teams having that 1-1 scoreline, which means, well, there's nothing lost that far yet, but still a couple of teams are escaping from the greater good. So Gucci, Rise Gaming, Absolved had a 1-1. Rob, were there any of those games that maybe stood out to you?
I think Gucci and Rise being at the top is very surprising. The first game that stands out is Absolved versus Belfast Storm. Seeing Belfast Storm drop a game in the very first game we saw on screen, everyone had them as being almost a shoo-in for the finals because of the talent they brought into the league. They've obviously paired up Raiden and Roulette with storied UK players Limsey, Fuyu and Little Pants on the other side of the rift. So surprising to see that. I also think that weirdly enough, Intquick getting a win this early is a bit of a worry because those are even more story players. Curb, Nolte, Beely, Artorias, roll swap, but still Artorias and Prosfair. Those guys coming back into the league and already picking up wins is a concern because those are some EMEA Masters level talents, potentially. Nolte and Kerberos. Them coming in, getting wins bad. You don't want them to warm up.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, noticing the time we have ahead of us, we're almost going to kick off with the draft already. So we're a little bit late, of course. I mean, that's our mistake, at least my mistake. My microphone was having some strange issues. But that means we're almost heading in towards the draft. Of course, we're here for gameplay, not always the yapping on this desk, of course. Evie, the first couple of bans are coming in, and Shen, the famous global ninja of protection, will be banned away from Summoner's Rift for the very first game. Rob is surprised. What about you?
No, I'm not surprised. I've been having a look at some of these... Some of the picks in solo queue does seem this is a favoured pick for Absolved, so I think getting rid of this early, smart decision. And I'm not actually surprised by the Aatrox as well. This has been something I've seen a little bit of from Smee as well. Neferi, Gwen, obviously they're both incredibly strong right now. You can put them kind of anywhere. And Pulp has actually been really threatening on this Neferi. Seen that before, so I think getting rid of it, pretty sensible. It gives Absolved a pretty good chance here as well.
Yep. Rob, you acted a little bit surprised. Maybe the sides are wrong, or?
Yeah, I think the sides might actually be wrong. Smee is an incredible Shen player. I do kind of agree with Porpoise has some amazing Neferi games, but Tea Time also plays a lot of Neferi. So I wonder if the sides are actually wrong in this draft because also Azir ban. QQR is not particularly great Azir, but Emil is a fantastic Azir. So I'm a little bit hesitant to see if the sides are actually incorrect.
No, I've actually just looked at the draft and it is on the wrong side, but that's okay.
Exactly. I also noticed a message from Broad Sports saying wrong side, folks. So I believe that might be the wrong team. Of course, right now we're here with Rob and friends, Broad and friends, and Absolved GG trying to make their way through the draft phase. We noticed a couple of strong picks are being thrown over to either sides. Also, a lot of them been banned away. So there's a Zyra on the board, Evie, and of course Zyra, famous for maybe having her way to the jungle with some nasty ganks. Or is it played support ever? I believe not for
not at the
right?
moment. I think the Zyra jungle is an option. I don't mind this. This will most likely be going towards Pop, as we said, but I don't know. It is something that if you get it into the right position, can be really threatening, but you have to be careful because she's so squishy at times. You can just jump on top of her and that's it, game done.
Yep. Rob, are you noticing maybe a couple of picks that are coming in? So are there maybe some picks you're looking forward to from either of those teams? Because we're still in the middle of the pick and ban phase, of course.
Yeah, the Trundle first, I just want to go back to very odd. It's a strong jungler, but usually as a counter to other ADs. So to take that early suggests that T-Time values that over everything else. He got absolutely destroyed by Tweak on it in the previous game, so maybe that's his thoughts. The Scion pick, not surprising, probably the best tank top laner on the patch. Renekton coming in as an answer into it is a little bit surprising because I think you could maybe have gone towards the Dognappy. I have to keep swapping them in my head now because the sides are wrong. Dognappy maybe have gone for like a Camille or some other tank killer. He has gone towards more just like a stonewalling of that lane. I think if you look at the broad side, I have to keep. QQR plays some odder champions. He likes a Victor. He likes a Vigar. He's played Zillion as well. There's other champions he knows. His Lissandra's very good. His Ahri's very good. So I have to see what he wants into Syndra. Yeah, you have to see if there's a Syndra. That they want. Sorry, Emilius on Syndra. I keep having to do it. Emilius on Syndra. So QQR, I have to see what he wants to play because he plays a lot of weird champions, and not all of them are great answers into Syndra. He's not like a Fizz Echo weird pick like that. It's usually Vigars and lesser known mages. So I wonder what his answer's going to be.
So that's how we saw Ziggs last week. So anything could happen.
It's a good
the first thing that pops into my mind is the fact that, of course, we saw the sign pick, but it makes it a little bit difficult with the Trundle, especially during the later phases in the game. There's that pillar that could block the entire ultimate of Sign, of course. And then a couple of good expressions on the desk right here, because Rob, we noticed Xerath's being locked in, and there's some safe. It's like maybe the old school Nidalee spears. They always hit. They were really broad, and Xerath has some long range poke he can always use.
It's a hard matchup for Syndra as well. It depends. Okay, so Syndra has setup onto this lane, right? So if you can bring in the Trundle maybe in a 2 versus 1, but generally Xerath can stay at range. The stun isn't able to hit her, and he could just simply poke her out before team fights. Xerath as well, very good in these sort of slower team fights, getting multiple rotations of cooldowns off. That's what Broad are currently looking for, right? You say the Zyra, it's a bit odd to pair a Zyra with a Xerath as a mid jungle, but it does make it harder for, say, Trundle to play or Renekton to play, where how are they going to approach? They're already be taken to half HP before they come in. So I like what they're going for. The bans here, not surprising either, just getting the supports off the board. There's enough ADCs available, maybe just pinching some of the more standard picks for them. When you see a Rakan ban, you expect a Braum ban in response, because Braum struggles most into that kind of engage where he can't stop Rakan coming in straight away, so not surprising at all. Where they go for their bot lanes here will be interesting, because the ADC of Broad has a huge pool, and on the side of Absolved, Muta likes a few odder picks. He might go for a Ziggs. He might also go for stuff
and
like
we got amazing
Seraphine.
news. Rob, you've been saved. The names are corrected right now.
Praise the Lord.
No more calculating, no more confusion. Everything will be in order. The final ban will be coming in, Effie. Any maybe particular picks you're looking forward to? Because they're pinching, of course, the support pool, some of those AD carries. What do you feel like could maybe be shown by either of those teams?
I think looking at some of the things that we've seen from Absolved in the past, I think it could be an interesting one, seeing more of a hyper carry, potentially looking towards Jinx. I was about to say Varus, immediately nicked away by Broad, but fair enough. I think it's going to be awkward. They have to pick something potentially hyper carry. That suits Gabby's playstyle quite a bit, I've seen. Obviously, would like to see a Yunara, but that's not legal this week, so... No, I've seen a lot of Gabby's Yunara on solo queue, so I think that would have been a nice pick. But opting more towards Jinx, Kog'Maw, that type of style. I don't really know where your options go, but I don't mind this Myth's Fortune, actually. I think that gives you a lot, that same pressure, same carries, but still got to be careful as well.
Yeah, and it feels like the roughest thing for Absolved GG is to manifest, is to be able to close the gap that there is. So there's so much poke, the arrows, plants, there's Xerath throwing everything in. So there's a lot of poke coming in. So is there any HP left to maybe rejoin the fight even when you approach them? The final pick has to come in for bottom fence, Rob. What do you feel like could be something that round out their composition quite well?
There's stuff like Poppy, right? There's going to be the more disengaged supports. You're currently playing such a long range composition. Alistair is also another one. There's that basically anything that can play disengage works incredibly well here, because as you were saying about the range problem, how does Renekton, how does Trundle, how does even MF approach these champions? MF wants setup. How are you going to set up onto multiple members that are playing in Narnia? It's very, very difficult. So the Alistair coming in rounds out the composition, gives you decent disengage. You've already got the Zyra ultimate, you've got the Varus ultimate, so you can be able to play that massive range advantage that you've got. Brod's draft is incredibly good at playing slower fights, getting through those rotations and cooldowns. However, there is going to be a concern maybe for the early game. Absolved's roster, the Trundle is an incredibly strong early game jungler at the moment. People are playing it to power through that early game. And I think that if Brod start falling apart a little bit in the sense of they aren't able to keep their lanes so stable, which against Bulldog Academy, in that very first game that Brod lost to the Dogs, they did not have a good laning phase, Brod. They were really struggling. So, and if they're against a team that are slightly better at maybe closing out the game, yes, Dogs won it in the end, but Brod came back. If Absolved can close it out, which they look like they could do against Belfast in that first game they played, it could be a bit more difficult. We'll have to see how well drilled Absolved are and how good their early game macro is, because Brod, they're a phenomenal team fighting team and they've got tools to do it.
Exactly. Avi, what do you feel like? Which team, according to you, maybe might have the upper hand in this draft, or maybe on the Summoner's Rift in a few minutes?
See, I'm looking at the draft and thinking Brod has the better on paper in my eyes. Obviously, you do have to be very careful, especially this misfortune for Absolved. It's very threatening, but you can't get it. You can't let it get away, but you can't also get it into position. It's really awkward to try and find that angle, especially with this virus as well. If they do find a way, I think Absolved will have a really good time here. Tea Time's Trundle was incredible last week, so I think that could be a really good option for them. But my odds looking at Brod, looking at this draft, I think if they let this Varus go, if they let this Scion get going, that's so much damage, so much sustain. Brod's got it if they get this team fighting early, if they can find a way to get the early down and then carry that through to late. They have to be able to close this down late, but they have to be able to try and get an advantage where they can in the early game as well.
Yeah, to me it feels really rough for Brod and Friends. So the thing is, there's like I just said, there's so much poke, and for a Trundle and a Renekton, you have to get on your target. That's all you need to do. Like Leona has some engage that you can do from quite far away, but then eventually there has to be that follow-up. Like the Varus ult, there's a stun coming in, even a sign, even like little plants, maybe a Rylai's will come in, that could slow you, I'm not sure, but it makes it so hard for Absolved GG to get on their targets. But in the meantime, during laning phase, Trundle with the pillar might have some great options. If we maybe move on towards those predictions, it's only a one game in between those teams, of course, for today. Rob, what is bound to happen according to you?
I have to go with the Brods. You've got to respect. Okay, you guys are newer to this broadcast, and I said this on the podcast to Ollie, who was first new. So you've got to respect the UK heritage. Okay, you come in here from the Dutch league, from Benelux, and think you can run the show. No, this is going to be a UK masterclass from the Cabbage family. You have to respect the heritage. I do think here my matchup of the game will be QQR versus Emil. It's a hard matchup for Syndra, but if Emil is competent in this matchup, it could be the turning point where if Azera falls behind, it is quite useless, really. It does a bit of damage and not much else. So I'm looking at that matchup, but it's Brod all the way for me. Up the Broddy.
Yeah. Can't argue that, can you? I did just say that I prefer the Brod draft, but I think looking at some of the team fighting we've seen before, my odds are looking towards Absolved. I think that if they can find an angle to get themselves set up early, I think they should be in a really good position to take this home.
All right, I also think Brod and Friends are supposed to win this very first game of today. All right, but before we throw it over to the casters, Abby, what would you love to see in this game? It's your very first broadcast. I'm sure you want to have some hype, maybe. What would you like to see?
See, my only notes I have for Spark and most of Brod, because I've not been able to find too much, is Spark good, everyone else very, very bad. I'd like to see more of that. If we can see this Varus get ahead and sweep, I want to see that. But
all right, thank you so much. I want to thank you both for this desk segment. Of course, we were a little bit late, but it's time to throw it over to some gameplay. And for the gameplay, we got a couple of casters standing by. Their names are a little bit short, but their energy is really high. It's time for SIM and Noah to join in on the Summoner's Rift and see who can take the very first win of today.
Hola, amigos. It is me, Noah, famed caster from Spain. Unfortunately, you've got me instead. It's Middlecourt having to sub in a little bit. And of course, you've got Sim, as was announced. So excited to be here with you, man. It has been a damn long time since we have cast together, mate, back in 2021. But it's great to finally be back on the mic with you.
we were talking about it in the green room already, like how many memories we have made back in 2021, and like how our paths basically diverged, and now finally back together, reunited. Also, not just for the UCL, but also for my first match over here as well. So I'm really glad that I can do it with you.
Oh, thank you. I do want to say, I want to apologise on behalf of Rob. Not all of us UK casters are having to go at the Benelux people coming over here. We're a welcoming bunch, really. But let's get into this draft, because I know that we had a couple thoughts on it. I think Spark good, everyone else bad is a very good way of summing up how we've seen Brod and Friends in the past. But looking through this draft, I think there are a lot of people that are going to be given tools to give standout performances this time around.
Yeah, I'm really wondering like how this game in the end will play out, because we've also heard the desk already like throw their analysis over it, like how this game should be played out and how it's maybe really difficult for the Renekton side to play it out during the later stage of the game when you're playing against so much range poke, like the combination of a Varus, a Zyra, a Zeroth. At one point, there is this point in the game that you basically have to walk into it, and you don't know if you're going to make it out alive as a team. And whether that breakpoint is going to be at 25 minutes, 30 minutes, or 18 minutes, that of course will be decided by the early game. So I'm just really happy if we can get into the game, and then we will see how this early game will be playing out.
Well, I think a fairly standard feature of a lot of UKEL early games are a lot of kills. And the composition that Absolved have drafted themselves, it is all about that snowball. It does need to get going early on. And I think we were worrying a little bit in the early phases of the draft where we're seeing Trundle, Renekton, not really champions that have got a lot of ability to pick people out. But that Syndra and that Leona, especially being drafted here by Absolved, going to be key in ensuring that they can get into the backline of Brod and Friends before that poke is able to do too much damage.
It is an interesting approach in the way that normally when we see the combination with like a Renekton or like a Leona, you just want to go for the all-in engage on the enemy team just to take a team fight and just steamroll over it. But just with the amount of sheer range, once again, with the Zeroth, with the Zyra, with the Varus, approach is going to be the way to basically take the game into your own hands. So it would also be onto Absolved to not only win the early game, but to also play vision control to its maximum efficiency to make sure they will be, maybe setting up a flank unnoticed and therefore able to pick off some members before the fight even starts.
So we're talking about win the early game, get some vision down, get some flanks, deny enemy vision so that you can play the proactive style that your composition requires. We are on to the Rift, Absolved versus Brod and Friends. Both teams currently sat at 1-1 and looking for an advantage in the first game day of Week 2.
And it is rather interesting, right? Because we're now saying like, okay, Absolved have to do this and have to do that, and then they can finally manage to maybe take a winning position. And then for Brod and Friends, we just say, if you just play the game and you skill long enough, then you will probably win it. So there's a lot more for Absolved to be done in comparison to Brod, which is not only... I'd say you can basically put it onto drafting, but there's also just players who have to execute it well, and there's still the possibility, or like a probability for Absolved to just take this game home if they just play it out well enough.
Oh, exactly. It's like you're playing a composition that is going to win if the game gets to late. You need to make sure that you get to late, whether that is sacrificing pressure in areas of the map where you can afford to, or whether it's going for cross-map plays when you know that Absolved are trying to do something on one side of the map. Those are the ways that teams can keep themselves within arm's reach and not allow their enemy to snowball outside of control.
That is then the game plan that both have to get. I see that both junglers are also starting their jungle pathings on the top side of the map, so that would also signal to me that there's going to be a lot of action around the bot side. Not necessarily unpredictable, since we do have a Misfortune who really likes to make herself noticeable in the early stages, but you're also playing against that Varus, and well, Varus, even with the lethality build, can snowball fairly quickly into a position it's just difficult to deal with him.
Oh, level 2 hit there by Gabby and Gibble. Spark and Zeta are actually able to repel the aggression fairly effectively, with Gabby dropping down to around about 60% HP. And yeah, we talked about the AD carries, but also both of these supports have got a lot of CC tools, and especially once Zeta hits over to that all-important level 3 mark on the Alistar. Less damage, I would say, on the Brod and Friends side, but just as much setup for either of these junglers.
maybe a little bit less damage, but the fact that you did manage to get the Alistar as a response into the Leona, also of course make sure that when the Leona wants to go in, Alistar can just make sure the disengage is found fairly easily, and then the rest of the fight can continue, since, well, Ysira isn't necessarily a jungler that really likes to fight in someone's face. You also, once again, want to take the approach that you're playing from a bit of range, you have your plans to basically do the work for you. It is still fine. You're still in a position that those 2v2s in the bot lane can be won. It's just, you have to respond to it. And therefore, I think it's a great decision that Ysira is also on the bot side of the map, trying to match the Trundle instead of trying to move away from it and then split the map that way.
Oh, might be looking for a gank onto a male QQR. Just a little bit too low, a little bit too far away to make something happen, but what we did see for a brief moment there was Gibble making their way into the mid lane. That's, I guess, another aspect of these supports that we need to discuss, is you can get mobile on the map and start getting these long-range mages in the mid snowballing.
I also see a couple of trades on the top lane, and the Zyra's there as well.
Yeah, Dognappy does still have the flash. He's going to get slowed down by the E, uses it under the tower. It's first blood for the Brod and friends, picked up by Smee.
T-Time also looking to see if he can do anything to resolve the situation on top lane. He did take his early reset, so we do have a double longsword advantage on the Trundle, but I don't think he's going to do a lot on his own.
Oh, I love that from Beanlord, just going in there, but Zeta with the response, knocking back Gabby, ensuring that the Misfortune can't contribute any damage even when the Leona finds the engage.
Oh, but this might be problematic. I'm looking at the jungle, even though our camera is still looking at bot lane.
Yeah, because there's going to be a little bit of a fight there. Barrier popped there by Gabby as stun going down onto Spark. Brod and friends retreating as the minion wave is going to come in. Fizzles out into nothing in the bottom lane. A trade of Summoners and top side. Yep, nothing going on there. Still just one kill in this game, just about 5 minutes in.
And it does show that you're not only showing aggression on the bot lane when your jungler is there. Like, for now, in the early stages, with the Misfortune passive and the Leona, you're trying to do as much as possible to make sure that you get ahead out of this laning phase, and at least when it comes to CS, it is looking okay. Like, we still have a wave that comes into Spark, so if you can farm all of that up, we're still basically equal, so it isn't necessarily what you want to see. But we also saw some things that T-Time is trying to do in the topside jungle, not to only extend his lead, but he's also just looking at wave states, seeing that Smee can't really move up to help their jungler in case of that he's invading. He had some priority on the mid lane as well, so trying to get this Zyra already out of some good positions.
You need to be careful here, Dognappy. But no, we've been talking about the bot lanes and how they're quite similar. These junglers are both very, very different. The Zyra going to be farm focused, looking for objective control, whereas T-Time, this is what he needs to be doing, throwing up the pillars and trying to make stuff happen in the mid lane, but he hasn't really been successful with that, and Porp is already starting to open up a slight CS advantage.
Yeah, but now you're going to be in a 2v1 on the river. I don't think you can just finish this, unless the smite goes wrong, and then you still get the minion.
Hey, that's a big swing. That's not just a camp going over to Pulp, it's a camp denied away from T-Time, and we're saying that Absolved needed to get things done in the early game. They emphatically haven't been able to do that. Still a lot of time to recover from this position, but they're already 1,000 gold down.
That's not what you like to see if you're an Absolved fan, trying to see if they can make things happen in the early stages. Funny thing coming out as well, the fact that Brod and friends already have traded their top lane and their bot lane in positions, wanting to really play for those Void Grips, even though they're not even on the map yet. So they do concede a dragon over. I don't think you really mind that. Like,
no.
Even with back in the day, you basically had the handshake maneuver of the enemy gets dragon and then you can go for the Void Grubs. But now, with the fact that your enemy, in theory, has a stronger composition in the early stages, you don't really care about early dragons going over to them, because we've seen it happen time and time again that the team that gets the first 2 dragons also gets in problematic positions later on, because they have to sacrifice waves for it, and therefore are further behind if they really want to stack those dragon souls.
Speaking of sacrificing waves, that is a lot of golden experience that Gabby has just missed out on. But yeah, it's that idea. You look at the compositions. What do Absolve want to do? They want to fight. So killing the dragon gives them an extra bit of combat power. For Brod, you're talking about long range. You're talking about a composition that can siege very effectively, and augmenting that with a little bit of extra tree damage is just going to make you more successful in those scenarios.
We also see Smee taking the page from the Book of Bows. I'm not really familiar with this game that much, even though he has won, of course, 2 EMEA Masters already. But proxying Scions is something that we will be seeing a lot more often.
Look at the CS difference.
Yep. And that is coming from a 1-0 Scion in the early stages against the Renekton that really wants to be ahead in the early stages. 20 CS down already will make it a roughy duffy.
A roughy duffy indeed. Sim,
I'm
it's your
trying
first
to use
broadcast.
some English words in here, but
You have just created an English rate. Roughy duffy. I've never heard that before, but
Really?
I'm going to be
Okay.
incorporating that into my everyday parlance as Emil is dodging away from that final Xerath shot. No, there's one more than I even thought, and that's a second kill for Brod and friends. This early game is going a hell of a lot better for them than it should do.
then again, on the mid lane, you do have the insane range advantage with a champion like the Xerath, and the only thing that you can do is, as a Syndra, is just wait for your Trundle to be there over and over again, hopefully get a pick with that Scatter the Weak in combination with the Pillar, but as long as the Xerath can just play on a really long range, it's just difficult to catch him out, and then at one point the poke just becomes too much, the Arcane Barrage gets pulled out, and from that it goes from bad to worse, and we're now in a 0-2 position, 2,000 gold lead already over to Brod and friends, and for Absolved, they really need to find a way to get themselves back into gear again, because we were talking about the fact that they had to take that early game, and now it's already slipping away from them.
Well, you look at the combination of the level 6s in the bot lane, and that screams to me something has to happen from this. The longer that I'm seeing a Leona going with that solar flare without not being used after its first unlocked, I'm seeing missed opportunity after missed opportunity. The bot lane really isn't all that far apart in terms of raw combat power, so I think if Absolved can force something down around here, that would be their best shot at getting something back at this stage of the game.
But even then, I feel like it's just, once again, difficult in just trying to get towards that point with, okay, Solar Flare going down? This is the Solar Flare you were talking about, right?
Oh, no, I think that could have stayed off cooldown for a little bit longer. We did not need to use that there, and we like to see this, though, from Brod here, getting a little bit of damage on that bot lane tower, but the response is coming through from Absolved onto Porpin. He's locked down with nowhere to go. Shots coming out on the back from Spark to claim one. As Zeta flashes over the wall, I'm not sure Emil is going to be able to chase it down. 1-for-1 in the bottom lane, support for jungle.
Okay, signs of life have been found, so Absolved is still in this game and managed to get something back, but I still feel like just overcommitting for this play on the bot side, and tea time.
Oh, this is dangerous for QQR, though. He's in a little bit of a 1v2, flashes away, but still ends up going down. And there's nothing that Spark and Zeta can do on the other side. Yes, signs of life coming through from Absolved.
Gabby's here as well.
It's potentially risky. Zeta's going to knock her away. T-Time, though, he has that pillar, could lock up Spark, and now the Varus is in a really rough spot. Flashing away, but cannot escape. 3 kills for Absolved in just a couple of minutes. The gold is not looking good, but they are back in this game.
What is happening all around us? I felt like we were looking at an early game where Brod and friends were just heisting it, just running away with it, and Absolved was not really putting in any pressure. But now, finally, it looks like they've awoken, and there are some signs of life equalizing the scoreboard as well, which wasn't necessarily expected.
Oh, Dognappy flashes forward onto Porho. I'm not sure he's going to have the damage as the right of the Arcane comes out. And I was very worried that we were going to see 2 top laners proxying each other without being punished. Glad to see the Renekton go down in this situation. And Brod and friends showing a little bit of fight back, but the issue is, for me right now, is there's no big carry on Brod and friends that they're really able to unite around. You've got Porp looking strong, QQR Spark, they've all picked up a little bit of gold, but no one's so far ahead that they can just force a winning fight by themselves. Zeta knocking away the Trundle, does have access to the ultimate. QQR moving over, dropping the stun. Emil coming here as well. They really want to kill this Alistair. He's going to be damn hard to do through that immunity, though, as T-Time knocked under the tower. Zeta still alive, finally smoked down, but it's a double for the Varus. And Emil will get his heart pierced. Can't get the kill. Yes, does at the end. But QQR able to pick him up. Dognappy joining the fray as Gabby's running away. And Renekton should be able to get on out of there, but not for the flash of Porp. We've got another teleport coming down for the Brod and friends, but Dognappy will escape before it completes. All getting a little bit wacky here in the Four Nations sim.
Am I just getting flashbacks to like season 6 or 7 when it was just usual around 5 minutes for everyone to teleport towards bot lane and just trying to fist fight it out? Sure, we're only 12 minutes in, but we're seeing a full-fledged fight so early into the game that I didn't expect it would come to this.
No, not at all. Zeta stunned in silence as we've got another play on the bottom side. Drake picked up here for Pop, but he's definitely going to be going down. Kill donated over to Gabby. Nice to get the Misfortune some golds, but that dragon stacking that we were talking about, Absolved potentially prioritizing, going to be delayed by another few minutes.
Hey, but we are getting scrappy fights, and those scrappy fights is exactly what Absolved needs to get back into the game. For a moment we thought that it was gone again after the, executed play on the bot lane and everyone was there, but now the fact that, yeah, there is a dragon going over to Broad in front, but it once again takes something back, and I do see slowly but steadily 2 kills coming down on this Misfortune. There are some win conditions you can start playing around with both the Misfortune getting those kills and getting towards those item spikes, and Emil 2 kills on the scoreboard, but also slowly stacking towards those breakpoints where the ultimate can actually hurt and the ability power will spike through the roof.
Yeah, getting to that point where the champion is actually a champion. Smee in the top lane doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the ult, doesn't have a hope in hell of escape. Shutdown going to be claimed by Gognappy, who really needed that injection of gold. This guy's been struggling for most of the game.
And we were talking about a 2,000, 3,000 gold lead for Broad and Friends only like a couple of minutes ago, and now we are on only a 1k gold lead over to Broad and Friends. So Absolved clawing themselves back towards like inside this game, and it's weird to see this happen. Like Broad and Friends, it feels like they were in such a comfortable position that they maybe started paying less attention or just doing some things that are not necessarily the right move to make when it comes to playing perfect League of Legends, and it's not like we expect that from them, but it is really difficult to put yourself in a position of like, oh, this game is basically over, and then go back towards this.
It's a very extended fight in the bottom lane as Varasol already being used. Just going to be chunking down the bot lane as Absolved. Tea-Time is rotating over, as are both mid laners. Emil with a lot of damage there onto QQR, who's really going to have to take the long route back to mid lane and fire his fountain, and potentially risky stuff on the cards for Spark and Zeta here, but Tea-Time going to back out of their jungle as Porp is returning to the map. 7 kills to 7, 15 minutes in. We're still yet to see any towers go down, although that top lane one is literally a hair's breadth away from falling.
Yeah, Smee only has to walk up and just blow a little bit. Yep, there we go. It fell down. And that is the feats of strength being confirmed for Broad and Friends, so they now finally have their upgraded boots. It will help them, once again, in the long run, which the game plan is that they're trying to play around. But there are still a lot of points that Absolved can salvage for themselves. We've seen them fight with everything they have, and I'm looking at this Misfortune already on a Bloodthirster and really far away towards what I can only believe to be an Essence Reaver.
Oh no, you are not allowed to stand there, Porp. Executed by Emil, who's now going to have to contend with the Ride of the Arcane. QQR pinpoint accuracy with the shots, and now it's Gibble who's in danger. Laying down the damage is this double knockup from Zeta. Clean as you like. Tea-Time able to escape. 2 kills in favor of Broad.
And we thought it was the Zyra that wasn't supposed to be there, but it is instantly Broad and Friends who just punish it back. And Tea-Time might have to be a little bit more careful trying to get that wave. I understand that your passive gives your health back whenever a unit dies near you, but there's so much poke already coming out from this Xerath sitting on a Ludens, and it's only going to get stronger. And with this fight, 9 stacks on the Dark Seal, so this Xerath is now in a position to actually take over a game.
Yeah, and I think we saw in that little engagement a microcosm of what this game is going to look like. It was Absolved starting up, opening onto Port, but the issue that Emil ran into, is we're going to see it very likely in this replay if it's working. Yes, it is Emil, to get in range to do the damage to Port, puts himself right in the threat range of the Xerath. The exhaust from Zeta really helping out to ensure that kill. And then it's not really a case of loads of damage, it's just we can persist through the fight longer, we can knock you up, we can hurt you a little bit more, and double kill onto a Xerath, like you mentioned, getting those stacks on the Darksteel is putting Rod and Friends in a very strong position.
Oh, we're once again just instantly jumping into action when Emil looks to be out of position. Not really.
It'll be fine
Okay.
for now.
Yeah, maybe to get back onto the last fight, Emil had a lot of difficulty trying to close the gap and, of course, to secure the kill onto Pop, but at the same time, I don't know whether this situation could have been different if Beanlord spaced it like he was in between the Xerath and the Syndra, so maybe he could have taken some skill shots for him. It's just really difficult to execute.
Sim, man, did you see how much damage that Xerath did?
Yeah, but that's just normal Xerath hours, right? We're now
I don't like
18
that.
minutes
I do
in.
not like that.
And
Yeah,
it's just
so
one combo.
I've got 1.5 items. I'd like healthy half belt, please. That's just...
Xerath is just one of those champions who doesn't necessarily have the highest base
Oh.
numbers, but he does have some insane scalings on those abilities. So as long as he just builds raw AP.
This is like my only Xerath fact, by the way, so by default it's my favourite. Do you know the tags that like the champions have on the League of Legends website, like tank and fighter and mage, and I have to hold my point here as Kikirai is not going to get chased down. You know those, right,
fine.
Sim?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Xerath is a mage and his secondary tag is assassin.
He is actually tagged as an assassin. That's actually rather
because,
funny.
bro, like that damage, it's assassin level.
It is like the moment once again where you get that scaling in, where you're just building raw ability power, they will just hit like a truck from range that is just difficult to position around because he will just snipe you from Fog of War, and what you're gonna do about it.
I mean, we're talking about raw ability power. Bro has just picked up that Rabadon's Death Cap mid lane tower. Gonna be the focus here, Absolved. Jelly gonna take a charge, and the tower goes down. So, Absolved claiming a little bit of structure gold for themselves. That advantage for Brod and Friends has dipped and ducked and moved all around, but it hasn't really gone anywhere between 1k and 2k. It's very much a game that is in touching distance for Absolved still, but Brod and Friends with the advantage.
And Absolved, of course, they keep pushing back every single time that it looks to be lost. They will say it's not over yet, we still have some fight in us. And with this mid lane tower that they can also pick up, it's not just the gold injection that they're getting, they're also just allowing themselves to get some more room to play it maybe a little bit more deeper into the enemy jungle to establish some vision, because there's now a huge structure gone from the mid lane that you can normally not necessarily rotate around. And now you can make yourself fairly easily around that enemy jungle, so it is really good that they've picked this up.
Oh, Sim, I want to do an item check real quick.
Okay.
Second item in Spark's inventory, Edge of Night. How are we thinking this?
It is interesting to see, to say the least, that there's no Mana Mune, of course, being picked up second. Then again, looking at Spark's stacks that he currently has on the tier of the goddess, it is so difficult to stack it in time to instantly have the Muramana value out of it. So I do understand that you do want to pick up the Edge of Night both as just a regular item spike instead of the incompleted version of Mana Mune, and the fact that you do have this spell shield that really, really helps against Emil and Beanlord, aka Gibble. I had to look for the names real quick, but yeah, it's
the Lord
Gibble.
of Beans. He's the Lord of Beans.
He is the Lord of Beans. But keeping yourself safe at least once from a solar flare, or at least some form of poke damage that isn't really that easy to be dished out by Absolved, is a really huge factor for an AD carry to keep himself safe. So I do understand the purchase.
Big grouping by Brod and Friends on the bot side. We've still got 2 minutes until the dragon is up, so maybe this is about getting some priority for this Atacam, but with all those recalls being channeled, I think potentially not. Any big completions there? I'm loving the Rylai's here, picked up for Pop. That's going to be excellent at preventing this Trundle, this Renekton from getting into the back line. But we are seeing carries on both sides with 2 items, 2 for the Syndra, 2 for the Misfortune over here on Absolved, so they're not that far away. The biggest differential, in fact, is in this top side of the map. The junglers and the top laners. All abilities up pretty much, all flashes up as Brod and Friends are approaching the river. Gonna take down that celestial opposition, and Emil is stepping forward, gonna get rooted up as so much damage drops onto the Syndra. Nothing she can do in the backline. Gabby's been fouled as well. Brod have Friends have just done exactly what Absolved wanted to do to them. Pull the trigger as soon as you're able and win the fight decisively.
And Zeta, I was unfamiliar with your game. Did you see how he played that out? He just walked up towards the bush, warded it, saw the enemy jungler, was like, nah, this probably isn't the best of situations. Instantly put on the happy feet, sidestepping every ability that was thrown in his direction. And then it was like, maybe if I don't get out of it, I'll just engage. And that just wins his team the fight.
Yeah, and then loses at that one. It's going to be difficult here
It's
for
alright.
friends. Emil is able to TP in. He's still got that bullet time available from the Misfortune. Gabby could cause a ruckus here if she could get her in time, but she's not going to be able to. Pop is going to go down instead. No smite for Brod and friends. Taken by Tea Time. And there is nothing that the Brod can do about it.
And then it becomes a little bit more awkward that you're losing your support that early into a fight, even though he wasn't really there. And I think that the mind games that Zeta wanted to play there, trying to keep people away just by his sheer presence, makes sense, because this normally results in the fact that the Leona can't really get back into the fight. You're just zoning people away. But if you get caught by 3 players, it's going to be a little bit more rough. And then the approach towards the Atakan, your Zyra is just there all alone, no one to peel for it, so that means no jungler left, no smite available, and they can just take objective into objective, whilst we're also hot dropping into the Ocean Dragon already being taken by Absolved. And we're once again faced with the consequences of a 3,000 gold lead that got diminished to a measly 2,000 gold lead for Blood and Friends.
No, you're not allowed to have too big a gold lead. It's very ostentatious, it's very rude, it's very arrogant.
Do you think they have like some kind of meter, right? That Absolved is just looking like, 2,000 gold is okay, 3,000 unacceptable. We now have to fight and equalize it.
Absolved are actually a machine learning algorithm. That's a very specific parameter set to it. They're all trying to work out what's going on. I think Zeta's trying to work out what's going on. He's been stunned, goes into the back line to push away Emil. Spot being closed on to open up with a bullet time. That is absolutely excellent for Absolved, but no one on Brod and Friends going down yet. Smear's going to be buying a lot of time as it's a little bit of isolation for Tea Time. Still able to survive though before it goes down to QQR, and now Dog Nappy. It's the cat among the pigeons. Emil is going to flash forward.
Emil!
5 port double knockup from Zeta. The Zyra will go down, but it's another one fight for the Brod and Friends. Gabby on full HP, but doesn't want to fight up against 4 of the Brods. I dare say it, Sim. That is probably the most decisive fight we've had in this game so far.
At one hand, you'd say so, and at the other hand, this is one of those fights where you're just looking at the fight just resolving in front of you, and you're like, okay, this is 100% over for Blood and Friends. Like, look at that Misfortune, though. There's no way they're getting away from this. 2 players flash out of it, so they still can get out of it, and then it just instantly gets turned around, like Tea Time maybe taking too much of a straddle in the enemy team, just trying to walk around there, trying to make his presence known, can't really do anything with that presence, goes down first, and then the front line basically falls apart for Absolved. So what started as a really huge team fight with a lot of potential just comes crashing down onto your own face, because now all of your damage is gone, and the enemy still has that advantage that we've been talking about over and over again. There's so much range in the composition of Brod and Friends. You cannot approach it fairly easily. Emil tried, he paid the price for it, and that then results in this insane fight that will go over to Brod and Friends, even though it looked so promising at the start for Absolved.
Hey, do you know what? Back and forth team fighting is giving LPL. And that's all I'm saying. Like, the quality of gameplay in the UKL has been slandered at points by other people, but back and forth team fights where you don't know who's going to win, that is saying sort of top 3, top 5 teams in the world. And that's who I believe we've got on the Rift at the moment. 2 minutes until Ocean Dragon. That is going to be sole point for one of these guys, and Baron on the Rift as well. Always going to be a point of contention, a point of focus for teams post 25 minutes.
And Brod and Friends, we see that they're taking it a little bit more easy, they're trying to take it a little bit more safe, whilst Absolved, they feel the pressure, they know that they have to make something happen, preferably sooner or later. Oh, this is something.
Yeah, we've got Gibble taking a lot of damage, and those are some big tools from Absolved that have been burnt. Smee making entrance on the backside, and Gibble thrown on his Tea Time now, going to be locked down. The Trundle can persevere through a lot, but it can't persevere through that. engage range, just being able to do it from a little bit further away is really helping out the Brods as 2 kills in their pockets, turning towards the Baron, although Absolved are looking for the contest. Emil just trying to find a little bit of poke. Brods teasing with the idea of peeling away, and Zeta goes over the wall. Not the cleanest combo though from the Alistair. His teammates don't mind though, as that's kill number 3 in the extended play. Once more, back to the Baron.
And you'd say that normally a team would be upset with an Alistar not necessarily hitting the combo, but there's so much range on Brother Friends, they don't mind. They can still get there anyway. So as long as this Alistar just doesn't die, and it doesn't happen because of that Unbreakable Spirit or like Unbreakable Will, it is completely fine for them to take over the entire Nash fight for the very rest. But it is interesting how it all started, right? Because Absolved, like we said, they feel that pressure. They want to make something happen. But if you're gonna make something happen, you also need just the raw force to do it. And only T-Time and Gibble in the enemy jungle isn't enough. The follow-up wasn't necessarily in range as well. It was only Gabby who was close enough to throw out the bullet time. But if you make these kind of 50-50 plays trying to bring it to the enemy team, you just need more manpower to make sure that it goes right.
Yeah, and Crocodile Power doesn't seem to be working out too well for Dog Nappy. Able to escape from that one. But yeah, it feels like Absolved are playing long ball with their composition, but Brod and Friends have just got 2 like 6'8" centre backs that are incredibly fast as well, and there's just nothing you can do. Mid lane priority going to be secured there from Absolved, and I like this. They're still trying to make plays around the map. That's not a tower secured, but a lot of damage on that tier 2 in top lane secured by Gabby. Absolved looking to try and play a bit of a wider map state right now, as Brod have been dominating those team fights.
They were already feeling that Blood and Friends would be starting this dragon off, so maybe they could do something on the other side of the map, but then T-Time face checks the enemy jungle, sees that there's nothing really there for him to take, so that's also still really awkward. Now maybe something on the mid lane.
Oh, good flash away from Spark there as he's walking right back into it. Doesn't get hit by the stun, but still gets blown up. 1-for-1 right at the beginning of the engagement. A teleport is going to come through from Speed. Zeta buying time on the other side, but he's already used the ult. Not going to be tanky when he re-engages. Finding Gibble on the side, but it's slow, deliberate. The Leona turning to go in. Bullet time channeled by the Misfortune, but it's not able to multiple embers of the Brods. Dog Nappy diving in vain as Absolved are well and truly fighting a retreat in this engagement. T-Time falls down to one last plant auto. Zeta autos and kind of messes up his combo there. It's a messy fight again, but as has been the case so often this evening, Brod and Friends finding the advantage.
And in the end, it is alright, it is alright. You still win that fight, and look at how big this Xerath is in damage numbers. The range is insane. QQR was in the position where he basically stood point blank onto the enemy team, and he can still get away with just ulting, killing the enemy carry, and then just walk away, just walk it off. And it's almost saddening to see that it's me here instead of Bandit, because I know that Bandit really loves his champion Xerath, it's one of his comfort picks. But now I'm getting to see a Xerath in full-on action, almost one-shotting the enemy backline, and it will keep on going. Because with all of these skills, this investment is so much gold!
Oh dear, Emil! Oh no! Oh, a flash forward so disgusting that it has paused the servers. something has gone very, very wrong here.
Honestly, if you get blown to bits like that, I understand that your PC just like closes itself just by default.
PC go boom. PC go boom. I'd love to know what's going on here, like genuinely though. This feels like right.
We'll know in a bit.
We could take this screenshot and like, have you seen the Dumbs things where he's like, what's wrong with this screenshot?
Yeah.
We should try and do something with that. I don't know if our like social media team like is capable of making something like that happen, but I felt that's quite an iconic moment. So, Sim, we've been talking about this game being very, very back and forth for a while, but it does feel like one team has started to take a pretty sizable advantage, and unfortunately for Absolved fans, it's the team that we predicted at the start of this game.
It is still fairly interesting how this game is going, right? Because, like you're saying, it's back and forth, but for some reason, it is always Blood and Friends that are like one step forward, and Absolved, they then get back into the game, even though we expected it the other way around. Like, Absolved really needing that early game lead, and then maybe a comeback story happening later on in the game, because, well, we still see the scaling composition of Blood and Friends just in its full glory. And now we finally reached that breakpoint that we talked about earlier, with, like, those 25-minute marks. I don't know if we've hit that. Maybe we can see it still if the game actually goes on. But the fact that they managed to hit those points, it is just going to be even more difficult for Absolved to get back into a better position, to get those flanking angles, because now we've seen situations where even if you get the pick on the enemy carry, you're still just being one-shot. At least your carries will not be there, and it doesn't look like the tank/frontline are dealing enough damage to kill them.
Yeah, and it feels like we've got a lack of something on Absolved. I think it's quite interesting to contrast with the Varus, because I feel like for Brod, that is giving them just that one extra engage tool that can be so pivotal in fights. How many times have we seen Spark starting off a fight where he's just throwing that onto anybody and then relying on this... Well, they won!
Yeah, it just happened!
Yeah, guys! Yeah, woohoo! Yeah.
Whatever happened, we'll never know. But Brod won, like they did it.
I'm saying, the UKEL League Ops, there needs to be an investigation here. There needs to be something. They're trying to cover something up. But to pontificate on that and the various other conspiracies that are diving into the heart of this organisation, we're going to have a little bit of a chat with the analyst desk. What do you think about things, guys?
What I truly think is there's many surprises today. So Noah's not there, Middlecott is here. I mean, that's something good, of course, that he's joining in. But there's also a bit of a spoiler-free ending to that match. So we saw Sign jumping in to be sure of anything that happened. So Brod won the very first game of this broadcast today. And of course, to me, Rob, it feels like there's those dubstep highlight reels on YouTube. And just before you're actually completely screwed in the play, we cut to another scene. So it feels like it's just been cut out in time.
I actually think it's a fix. I believe Brod's run this. I'm telling you, they want the UK teams to win, and I actually believe Prod are in on it now. I believe Prod. I believe everyone League Ops. Maybe yourself. You were on League Ops.
I am on League Ops.
I believe you've written the script and you fixed this league. Brod don't win this game. I believe that's a fix. It just pops up on the bottom of the screen. Unbelievable, unbelievable scenes. Ridiculous. Gub's rejoicing. The money he says about other teams are spending money. He has played this league off.
That is true.
Get him out of here.
Evie, we just saw the very first game, and I believe we had some initial thoughts about the pick and ban phase, what could happen, of course, for Bot with the long-range damage they had. So, Evie, what do you feel like it gave them this very first win that we did not see? It was off-screen, but they did get their win.
I think the biggest thing that I noticed in particular is that Absolved just didn't have the coordination for team fights. Like, when we saw them trying to engage a lot with flash stun from the Syndra as well, Leona trying to go in, but there just wasn't really any follow-up either. They had a little bit of the engage, they couldn't hard commit either because there was just no potential to get the rest of the team in. It was a really awkward angle for them. They just couldn't get anything done off of that, and Brod kind of abused that.
Alright, Rob, some final thoughts on this very first game?
Emil looked really frustrated in the clips we saw. I think we saw it a couple of times. He flashing in his Syndra, trying to get a stun, trying to get a play off, and as you said, it was very hard for them to do so. Great draft by Brod, to be honest, which is a rarity maybe for them sometimes. And I think they played incredibly well to their win condition. So congrats to Brod, who apparently won.
Who might have played the very best? Who might have played the very best?
Okay, Rob.
Evie, to whom do we give the player of the game title or tag for today?
I think we're all agreed on it. It has to be QQR's Xerath here. It just kind of dominated every team fight. It was there, constantly finding that pressure, constantly putting in the damage. Look at that, 30,000 damage, 9 and 1. Absolutely insane performance as well. You have to give this credit to the Xerath.
Yeah, Rob, this one does not need a lot of discussion, of course, that Xerath got the player of the game title. For now, I notice a sign ult might be coming in, so we're going to throw it over to a break to see what we can do to maybe fix everything on the Summoner's Rift. We're about to go towards our All right, welcome back to the broadcast. It's time to introduce our second match of today. We just saw the first one. It was a little bit one-sided during the end phase of the very first game that we did see. But Evie, it is time to throw it over to two teams who are actually able to maybe create either a gap inside the standings or maybe make it a bit more close by, as we might wish to see, Evie. So what do you feel like the next game is the biggest stake for both of those teams?
I think if you're looking at Rise, you have to consider this is the opportunity to try and extend your lead further. You're 2-0 so far. This is a great opportunity. Bandits not quite living up to some of the expectations we had for them, so you can try and take a bit of an advantage here, try and press that lead a little bit further, get yourself in a really good position coming into playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Rob, just like Evie mentioned, so for the Bandits, they're 0-2 at this point in time. It's still the second week, right? So still anything can happen. Why do you feel like they weren't able to secure the very first win in the first week?
I think there's a concern with this roster. I had it a little bit. I didn't really bring it up when we did the preview show a couple Saturdays back. Was they have a lot of carries. They've got a substitute in today. They've got Trizian for Lunkerfer. That's another carry for carry swap. And the question is, how many cooks do you have in the kitchen, so to speak? Too many carries. Who's going to give back and say, well, I will play the more supportive role? Because usually a top laner or a jungler is the one to do that. You don't usually see mid laners fall back into that pattern unless you're Faker. So that's the biggest concern. Very, very aggressive players. Very, very carry orientated. And I think it hurt them in the game versus Velencrest. And in the game versus Broad got a good lead there. Slowly gave it up, and then they came back in with what is the Broad sort of team fighting style, the Cambridge history style. So if you are Bandits, I think you come in hoping your new signing in the mid lane, Ryu, I've got to check what his name is exactly. His name's Ruben. That's all I know. Is that a UK player coming new into the scene, didn't even know it existed. See if he can bring some stuff forward. He's usually a Vlad LeBlanc player. Played Ari in his first game on in the league. He's probably got a deep enough champ pool. Hopefully he can show a bit more because he looked pretty decent in that Broad game.
Yeah, so it still feels like, if you listen to Rob, Evie, that there's still quite some options for Bandits to maybe find their footing and maybe get their very first win. There were a bit too many carries. What do you feel like for the Bandits could be maybe their tools to bring their first win maybe today?
I don't know. It's going to be difficult for them to try and make anything against an opponent like Rise. Obviously, 2-0 for a reason. Incredible performance in the last two games. I think if they want to do this, they have to try and find a way to commit somebody to a more supportive role. They have to find a way to get their carry set up, and they can't just have all of these carries try and get themselves into fights. You have to try and find a way to get them into a proper, coordinated, engage-heavy team fight, and that's where they need to find some of these angles here.
Exactly, because at this point in time, we're looking towards Rise Gaming. This is a lineup of their entire team. Of course, Aniki, there's not a prize of the most well-dressed top laner, but if there would be one, trust me, I would give it straight away. For you, Rob, what do you feel like for Rise Gaming? They're 2-0, so they had a good start in the very first week. What do you feel like is one of their strongest aspects?
So if you know my coaching history, there might be some bias here. I think Tweak in these first two games has been absolutely phenomenal. Coming in to this roster, they've stuck with most of their players, stuck with Sin, stuck with Muffin, stuck with Aniki from the last split, Rise. And they needed to find something to gel them all together. And I think Tweak might be that player. He looks incredible. Maybe a bit of a Trundle OTP, played 2 games of Trundle, but still, he has actually shown up in other last split on Gucci. He had a number of decent games on other champions. Deep Champ Pool looks really coordinated with BB Muffin as well. And for the side of the Bandits, yeah, he's coming in. He's a bit of a melon. He's coming in, and Bandits are going to have to fight this guy. They're going to have to see if they can face, because it's Trizzy in the jungle, not Lunkerfer. Can they shut Tweak down, because he's looked phenomenal in these first 2 games?
Exactly. We got the Rabbidan's death cap, of course, also the watermelon helmet on the bot lane. So we just heard Tweak might be the biggest factor on the side of Rise Gaming. Maybe for the Bandits, though. What do you feel like Effie could be one of those most impactful roles on their side of the team?
I think I'd be a bit remiss if I didn't say top. You have to look at Lars. I mean, come on. Bit of a legend here, isn't he? So get rid of Fiora, first of all. Let's get rid of that Fiora. I don't want to see that today. But no, they have to try get Lars in a position to just carry the game, go for a side lane. Not really a team fight oriented player. That's fine. That's fair enough. You have to look for these angles elsewhere. But if you get Lars in a position to go on these side lanes, make good pushes straight into base, that could be a way for them to try and make something happen here.
Exactly. That's something they maybe need. They should need, actually, to maybe get off the 0-2 scoreline. Rob, I'm also wondering, so maybe given your gut feeling, so is there that much of a gap, as the standings tell us, between those teams? Or do you feel like it could be much closer? If they maybe polish some of those points that you just told them, not having too many carries, maybe having a bit more of a plan inside or maybe a bit more comfort. Do you feel like it could be close by today?
I think it could be a lot closer than the standings show. Bandits, they are a phenomenal team. There's a reason people rated them highly in the off-season with what they're bringing in. They've now brought in an actual Ground, who they had before for the first game, is not a mid laner. He's like a Vayne top OTP, subbing into mid. So they've got a proper mid laner. So that gets you an upgrade already, right? And then you're going to look at it like, are they going to gel together? They've recently been playing it together in other areas. So hopefully we see them come in and have a good show today. I do know that the Rise Gaming lot, especially BB and Tweak, they have a lot of history in terms of, well, they're very, very good at draft. They put a lot of time into researching the game, so they could be read like a book potentially here. You said about Lars, that playstyle is very predictable with the 1v9 kind of side laning. If there's a top laner in the league that can stonewall it, you're looking at our tops like Aniki, like Loopy, who play these more weak side champions. I think it's going to be difficult for Bandits, but I think they can do it. I'll ask a question for you, though, Bo. You are now a resident Dutchman. The Bandits...
That is true.
The
Some
Bandits,
might hear it in my accent a little bit.
Lars, I mean, Lunker's not playing today, but the Bandits, they have 2 to 3 Dutch players on there. Who are you going to be rooting for today? Because I'm looking at you right now. We've got some, again, UK heritage. I'll say it again on the Rise roster.
If you put on a helmet that resembles a watermelon, then at least bot lane is the most focused.
I think it was a watermelon.
Well, you're not sure. We have to ask it. You might not be sure. But the thing is, so for me, jungle is one of the most impactful roles if you want to get lanes going. We just saw it in the former game as well. So there was a strong side Renekton, Swordish, not the strongest first sign, but as soon as you get one of those lanes rolling, you have so many objectives you need to be there. So for me, jungle is the one I look forward most to see what they could pick. Also, regarding the thing you said about too many carries, yeah, I do like if there's maybe 1 or 2 players inside the team with champions that can facilitate a little bit more. Not everybody has to be the playmaker. Always make sure you can maybe set it up. That has a bit more safety. And especially when you're 0-2, that's something I really wish to see. Avi, inside... Oh, Rob?
Okay, so what you're quickly saying is that swapping a Dutch jungler to a UK jungler makes them a worse team. I see how it is. You come in here.
Perhaps. I'm taking notes. Hang on.
Anyway, we'll get to the draft. I apologise. I'm putting you on the spot. I apologise.
No worries.
Jump straight in then.
I like it. I love it, actually, Rob. Hang on. So if I'm here a few more weeks, I'll have some good returns for you, buddy. I'll promise you that one. All right. So Abby, for the pick and ban phase, we noticed a lot of junglers are being taken out, or at least, I'm not seeing clearly. Oh, Justin Sao and Fiora is gone as well. So the champion you did not want to see has in fact been banned.
Thank goodness for that. Now I think you have to try and get rid of these carries, because if there are too many cooks in the kitchen with carries for the Bandits, get rid of all the carries. That puts them in a really awkward spot. So I like getting rid of the Fiora, obviously, getting rid of Lars pick immediately. The same goes for the Xin Zhao Gwen. Interesting to see them ban out the Gwen themselves, Bandits, but I think it does make a lot of sense looking at what Rise look to play around. I don't mind the initial Pantheon pick, though. I like the flexibility you have with it. You're probably going jungle, let's be fair. You can put it in any of these lanes. I don't mind it. It gives you the flexibility, gives you really strong options in laning as well, and a lot of good team fighting later. I like this a lot.
Exactly. Pantheon is actually all around really good. Also able to have those picks, a bit of skirmishing, and also the ultimate is actually something that's, I believe, underrated for a lot of players that are playing nowadays, because you can have so many setups. Throw yourself somewhere behind the lane, see if you can maybe force a couple of flashes or at least get a good fight. The answer is at least the Vladimir. Rob, that's something you anticipated on, but also the Kindred to maybe avoid anyone being killed inside the ultimate.
So it is Trizzy playing jungle, not Lunker, but the graphic is slightly wrong. But Trizzy is, once you remove his Xin Zhao, and it's known as the Trizzy tack sometimes, he is a phenomenal Xin Zhao, that is his main. He then goes to stuff like the Kindred, like the Gwen, like the Dano, he's gone for Kindred here. Vlad, by the way, is a flex, because, again, it's not ground, it's Rue in mid. And Rue is a Vlad LeBlanc player, and Lars plays Vlad top, so this is a really interesting draft from Bandits flexing that.
Okay.
But Yorick coming through, maybe feeling like, well, if you're going to put this Vlad top, we'll go the Yorick. Once Vlad's in that cage, he ain't getting out. It's like the Anivia counter pick of old versus the Vlad, where you can't get through those walls. So the Yorick comes through. Maybe they're trying to push this into the mid lane. They take 2 counters to Vlad. He can't play a laning phase. Talia as well, Talia Pantheon combo. I'm liking this in Rise already. However, I wouldn't discredit the Bandits, because the combo of Kindred Vlad, if you combine that correctly, you could look for a huge burst of damage as that Kindred ult falls off.
That is also true. By the way, we're going to see it in this game. So we're going to see a swimming pool. So there, once there's Yorick with the little CC and there's a Vladimir pool, it's considered a little swimming pool that you can go for. Avi, a couple of picks are joining in, so at least we got the Rel, the support, will be joining in on the Bandits. The first 6 picks have come true. Any initial thoughts right now?
No, I think having something like the Rel, getting that safe early, it's always a good option. Rel is never not a safe pick for that support role, so I think it gives them a good option, allows them to try and flex their ADC a little bit. See what they opt to go for here. Get rid of some of the other supports with bans. Braum, I really like this Braum ban. It's going to limit Jamsu so much coming into this. Jax as well. I'm not sure if Jax is the option, but I don't mind it here. Could have flexed over the top, potentially, because if you mentioned earlier, they brought in the Yorick to try and stop that Vlad. Could still send the Vlad mid, so I don't mind this as a flexible option. See what they opt to go for as well, because it could be more of an ADC, try and limit some of Sin's options. I think you have to try and get rid of as many supports as possible here.
And also, like as the Dutchman, for me, the biggest thing the bandits need at this point in time is something with a bit of utility. So you have Rel, that's nice, but Kindred and Vladimir, they don't have anything at all to maybe set up deep play. They want to arrive at the play and maybe make sure that someone is CC'd or there's a bit of a slow. So I feel like for the bandits to round out their composition, they might need some utility, something that can maybe set up a few of those plays, Rob.
Yeah, tanky top lane maybe.
Yeah, telling Lars to play a tanky top lane is he might tell you to get rid of your citizenship, because this Dutchman does not do that.
No,
he will play carries. Aurelia ban. I was going to say the Aurelia pick is one I was wondering about. Massive counters Yorick. Send this Vladimir mid. He's going to go Tryndamere. Oh, you wanted CC and setup, and you've got absolutely none of it.
If you run away, there is CC.
Something.
So this is the way that Bandits, I suspect, will play most of this split. Our team, like I said, in scrims will be very aggressive. They're an incredibly aggressive team of all their players. The Tryndamere doesn't surprise me because it is another Lars special. It's why the Fiora ban maybe not targeting that much. I'm surprised at the Lulu ban over an Alistair, because Alistair being such a sort of denial into Rel, or at least denying they engage so much, will make it a lot harder to... You want these plays? How do you do that? Rel jumps in, Alistair knocks it back out. If you are Bandits, you're looking at this solo queue draft that you kind of brought out against Venomcrest in the first game, and a little bit like it was in the second game versus Broad. The Broad draft versus Broad was a little bit more solid. This is very, very solo queue. What do you even bring as ADC here? Like Civ is available, things like this. You want to have some way of getting
maybe
people
a
in.
virus to have something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe something.
There you go. You said
it.
Well, that's for Rise, but that is a Sin special. Sin is an amazing Civ.
Yep.
Yeah. I think it makes a lot of sense. Give some entries to these team fights as well. And Sivir's not always a good pick. You can always have a good Sivir, always threatening damage, and I like this a lot.
But Evie, there's only one more pick left. Come on, predictions, what we're going to see?
Oh, I think it's going to be a Varus.
I think Tristana.
Yeah.
It's Jinx. Okay.
It's Jinx.
We were both wrong, fair enough.
Alright, so...
I'm not a big fan.
We got a couple of Dutch cooks inside some interesting cuisine, which cooked a Kindred, Vladimir, Rel, a Tryndamere, and a Jinx. We haven't seen that composition that often, if you ask me. What do we feel like, Rob, is going to happen in the second game of this stream?
I think this is all down to individual moments from Bandits, right? You've got the Tryndamere in top, which you'd assume, unless it's a weird Tryndamere mid moment, but it's very likely Tryndamere top lane and Vladimir in the mid lane. You've got the Kindred, the Jinx. These are all champions that in certain moments can create sort of magic. And I do think that is the sort of thing we're going to be seeing here, where Rue, I've watched some of his clips on his stream, actually. He is a pretty damn good Vladimir player and has got those classic one-shot combos off. And it's a bit of a worry for Rise. Very solid draft from Rise. Very teamfight orientated. You've got the lovely Sivir and the Talia Pantheon, all these combos, and Bandits throw that out the window and say, one moment of magic and we'll win. I'm on the Rise train here. I think Tweak has been phenomenal and should out Jungle Trizzy, but they've got the magic potentially on their side with the draft.
Yep. It could be really snowbally, right? There's a lot of difficult champs to deal with once they get a little bit ahead, but it feels like if this game plays out even... Yeah, of course, I do feel like for Ben it's going to be a rough one. And Rise Gaming, they got stability at this point in time, Evie. What do you feel like is going to happen in the second game of the stream?
It's either going to be the scrappiest team fight you've ever seen or a complete sweep. And I have no idea what it could be. I'm looking at the Bandits comp and thinking, I've seen more coordinated compositions in my Iron 4 ranked games. I have been Iron 4 for years, and I've seen team comps like this every day. This makes a lot of sense for that elo, not as much sense for Four Nations. So I'm not 100% on board with this. It's going to have to come down to scrappier fights where they can just afford to stay back, get so much damage from the pressure down. But I'm leaning massively towards Rise here. They have to try and play this as aggressively as possible. Otherwise, Bandits, they could scale late. They could try and make some of these scrappy team fights work. But I'm not I'm not fully convinced with this draft from them.
Well, despite your rank on the Rift, as long as you're a Grandmaster on the desk, everything will be more than fine. Rob, what could be the biggest danger for either of those teams? No, hang on. There's not that much time left. Who will win this game?
I was going to quickly say, the only thing to mention is Aniki's that Yorick hasn't been very good in history, by the way. So that's what we're saying, Rise, but his Yorick has never been particularly great, at least when we've seen it. But my prediction is Rise, because I believe in Sin, I believe in Jamster, I believe in Tweak and Beamuff and Niki. I think they can do it. Bandits, good luck.
All right, so this win will go to Rise Gaming. Avi?
No, I'm on the same page. I think Rise, they've just got everything they need. They've got all the tools, all engage options. Should be nice and easy team fights for them.
Indeed. I mean, for the Bandits, their composition is interesting, but I do not believe this will bring them their very first win inside the standing. So for me, Rise Gaming as well will take this win. Once again, Rob and Effie, thank you so much for joining in on the desk. It is time to throw it over to our casters, and I'm glad for one aspect of the broadcast. There's no sign in game, so at least we will see the end near the Nexus, and if this desk is right, it should be Rise Gaming get their first win. Time to hear from SIM and, of course, Middle Cut.
I'm not Noah. I'm me. I feel so much more validated in my own identity. But Sim, right? I'm just gonna say it. Tryndamere, Kindred, Vladimir topside. How do we think that's going, buddy?
I think we're at a point that I don't really know what to say, because we were talking about Dutch cuisine and how we like to cook. Then again, there's even I can't name a general dish from the Netherlands that people would know or like is popular. So overcooking or plagiarism are probably the only two things that we're good at. And now seeing this top side, I just know where to go. I have no idea. At first, we thought it was going to be Lars Vladimir, which it then turned out that it wasn't, even though he also really likes playing that champion. Then he picked the Tryndamere, and now I don't even know where it will go in the end.
Yeah, what I will say, you got 3 champions there that if they do start getting ahead and winning the game, it's very, very difficult to stop them. I think the issue that we're going to have potentially is actually doing anything and existing in those early stages. But in our last game, we didn't see. We assume that the Broddenfens were able to get the win with a later game composition than their opponents. So if Rise aren't able to really sort of throw down in the first 30 minutes, maybe there's a potential there. But I do want to focus a little bit on the composition of Rise, because you've got such ability with this draft to be kind of anywhere on the map that you need to be to respond to something the enemy's doing or make a play of your own.
There's so much rotation speed on their side. Just on its own, the combination of the Weaver's Wall and the Pantheon ult, you can be wherever you want to be, whenever you want to be. The moment that you want to pull a trigger, you just go in. There's an insane flanking angle, and the enemy has like almost nowhere to run if they're being zoned out by the Weaver's Wall as well. So therefore, it will make it fairly difficult to fight. Then again, I'm also a big believer of just picking comfort, because you know how the champions work, and therefore it is easier to just close out the game because you know the limits of your champions better. It isn't necessarily the best of bunch thrown together, but if you have a Vladimir that can get ahead, if you have a Kindred that can get the stacks fairly fast, then there are still some outs for Bandits. And then we haven't even spoken about a champion like Tryndamere yet, even though you'd say that Bandits have this really heavy teamfight compositions, and then what is the Split Pusher doing here? I've also heard a lot of stories about if you cannot win it by only one way of playing the game, just build in a secondary win condition. So now if you have a split push secondary win condition, it might actually work out.
Well, I'm seeing 4 win conditions. The real difficulty is going to be activating just one of them. But yeah, someone carry, please, for the love of God. But we also need to mention, as we are heading on to Summoner's Rift, these are 2 teams that have had very different fortunes in the 4 nations thus far. Rise Gaming undefeated at 2-0, whereas the Bandits, former champions of this region, with the 0-2 start, really hoping to get things back in the right direction. So,
and step 1 to get things in the right direction has already been completed. Lars actually bought his starting items in comparison to the last game that he played. So therefore, we're already 1 step ahead of what it could have been. And I believe that they, well, can make greatness happen. I don't necessarily see any early game cheese come out at first. They're not really taking a lot of space, even though there might be a jump here onto Yamsu.
Oh, he is, thankfully in possession of at least one of the 5 senses. Can see the enemy coming there and backs away. I think we also need to highlight early on, SIM, the little bit of a grudge match that we've got going on here. Trizzy coming in as the new jungler for Bandits here in week 2. Is playing against his former organization Rise.
Yeah,
And,
I saw that like when we had the lineups, we still had Lunkafor and Grant being on there. But now when we're in game, we of course see the combination of Trizzy and Roy. So unless I am being baited by Grant's IGN, there are some switches being made.
Yeah, but here Trizzy is very much a farm-focused and a carry-focused jungler, which I think is what surprised us a little bit about what's been picked around him. Not really enabling picks, but champions that can carry in their own right. Bot lane push here, achieved by Caviar and Rel here. Sin and Jamsuit needing to respect the push because, let's be real, level 1 Sivir, Alistair, I probably can't think of a weaker combination in the bottom lane.
Maybe if you add Smolder, I don't even know if that'd be weaker, because at least you're stacking towards a win condition. So it isn't like unheard of that you concede the lane priority here. It's just really difficult to contest. But it also instantly like already makes us take a look towards the future and think of like, okay, how will the gold distribution be within Bandit? Because you've already like tipped upon it. The fact that they have 4 carry champions in the team, only one of them will have to need to carry, maybe 2. And now you have 4 champions to distribute gold with so difficultly. Like, you basically cannot even sacrifice a wave, and the other side maybe can.
Oh, nice double stun there in the bottom lane, but good response with the boomerang from the Sivir. I think while she isn't that strong at this stage of the game, a deceptive amount of damage can come out from that ability, but as we get towards the later stages, you need to really start worrying about your range, because Jinx with a reset in a team fight just fundamentally does a little bit more, so Sin's going to have to be very careful with his positioning once we get to that stage.
I must say though, a couple of patches ago that Sivir got some quality of life buffs, and one of those is a little bit of extra damage on that W ricochet, and that ability now really hurts also in the early stages, being able to harass your opponents just from the wave alone, and becomes even stronger the later the game goes on and the more items actually get onto the Sivir. So I think the level 1, you are correct. It's really difficult to fight as an Alistar Sivir into this Jinx Rel combination. But now that the Ricochet has come online and there can be some extra points dumped into this ability, you can just harass your opponent through the wave from the other side of the lane. It might actually be a very decent matchup to at least get through those early stages, not allowing Jinx to hit those breakpoints and snowball. And then if you're even as a Sivir against the Jinx, I think you're just in a good position. I don't think you have to really worry about that.
Oh, that's going to be excellent news for Sin, because not only are you going to be providing that damage from an even point, you have that extra element of utility with the On the Hunt. And it's been quite a few years since you could just pick Sivir and turn everything into a Sivir comp, but that ability is still fantastic at getting on top of people. And looking at the sort of Kindred and the Jinx here on the side of Bandits, they want to be playing at range. They do not want people just diving in their faces.
It is good to hear that we're not in the times anymore that Sivir was just being compared to Riftcuddle, because it gave vision and movement speed, and that's what the champion did. We had like a little bit of a small meta where you were able to pick Lethality Sivir, and then they also instantly got the dead build because it was too strong to play into, and now we've once again reached the point where the 300 CS power spike is the only meme that she's known for. But when she reaches that point, in combination with a Cull being picked up for both AD carries in this match, we are playing towards those later game stages.
Oh, we've got a potential risky situation here for BB. Muffin low on mana, but Speaks in the area. And Trizzy will not be able to find anything here, potentially greeting into the river, but he does have his support there. There comes the stun. He doesn't have that level 6, flashes over the wall, Ignite goes down. Goodbye, Trizzy. Playing against his old club and falling first. Going to be the only one to fall here in this fight, though, as multiple summoner spells burned on the side of the Bandits, but Rice still able to claim the kill.
And this is what it is to just be a couple steps ahead of your opponent, right? Because we knew that it was a plan for Bandits. They wanted to make the play first on mid lane, but the opponent's Ryze already being prepared. And I don't know whether they were aiming towards the fact that Trizzy would be there to face check, but they were at the very least in a better position to either execute on the mid lane or to respond to Trizzy being there, even with the Rel flank incoming. And it's just really well set up. Like, Ryze really knows how to play their win conditions in those early game stages. And that is good to see when you're playing the scaling team.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And I always love to see the gold go onto a jungler for a first blood, because getting out on a laner is great. They can influence one lane. A jungler can influence the entire map. And we know how oppressive Pantheon can be once he hits that first item, second item, power spike. And every little bit closer that you get is bearing bad news for your enemy. Trizzy, though, going to be able to claim this bot lane scuttle. I believe that was a stack, only sat at one. That's something that we do need to keep a little bit of an eye on, because a Kindred without many stacks is not a particularly effective champion.
I believe that the breakpoint is somewhere that Kindred needs to get 4 stacks before 12 minutes, 15 minutes, which is difficult to do when you're already in a position where you're behind, even after the first blood that of course went over to Tweak. But at the very least, getting yourself this scuttle and now having to pay attention to every single next mark that will come up into the map, or maybe have a successful gank, there is still the possibility for Trizzy to get onto more of a murder rampage, killing camps, killing enemy champions, and still getting yourself towards that mark point, or towards that break point. Because, well, Kindred before 4 stacks, which just gives like all the basic stacks and the extra range, it just doesn't feel that great to play. And then you get the extra range, and you can now actually try to siege your opponent from a position that you couldn't siege it from before. Or even if you get towards the next breakpoint with like the 7 and the 10 stacks, there is a point that you can do objectives from outside of the pit. So it is something that you really want to hunt through. But it is really difficult to reach that when you're already in this stage of a game.
Yeah, as we did see a lane swap come out from Ryze Gaming that was eventually matched by Bandits, and it's the team on the blue side that have used their bot lane to secure at least the first of these Void Grubs. We are seeing Trizzy taking a look, but I think he'd have to be very bold and potentially a little bit stupid to dive into that pit, so he's not going to do so. Does still need to be careful, though, as Jamsu elects not to go over the wall. Not a particularly bloody affair, still only 1 kill, 8.5 minutes in. Slightly favouring Ryze as it stands, but so much of this game still to go.
Ryze is basically doing exactly what we predicted them to do. Also with the early game on a Pantheon, you are just way stronger than the Kindred is in the early stages, so you do want to make that known, what is basically happening on the field. We do see that the Yorick is keeping up fairly well against the Tryndamere, even though this matchup is fairly difficult to play out, but you're only dropping 15 CS behind. I think that is okay, that is acceptable in this matchup, and the rest of the lanes are just going fine. They are going in a position where you don't really have to worry about a lot. Like, Ryze is just playing towards the fact that they will get stronger the longer the game goes on, as well as the enemy team, and that there are just a lot of opportunities that lie within the team fights. But on mid lane, we're first seeing a 1v1.
Yeah, that very much felt like more of an ult to stay alive from around than an ult to kill. And BB Muffin, I think he's going to deny him that privilege as well. The flash, the boulder, the auto, the rocket connects. Down goes BB Muffin, sniped from across the map. Bandits on the board.
Finally, we see also some life coming out from Bandits, but we cannot talk about it for too long because Trizzy's already in some trouble with the Yellow Star. No, okay. We are taking it a little bit easier, but it wouldn't surprise me if Ryze would do something on the bottom side of the map. No, they're going for the safe play. They are taking Dragon and getting themselves towards those extra stacks towards the Feats of Warfare. So even though the proactivity from Ryze is going fairly well, we do see something being taken back by Bandit.
Teleport into the top lane. What's going on up there? Looks like Aniki had to flash over the wall to escape the aggression of Lars in that top side. A little bit more blood, but still nothing too crazy going on just yet. Reu just getting through the early game on the Vladimir. He's not really had as much lane control as he would like, and he dropped down to that solo kill, but he's going to be in a fine position. And despite the potential lack of cohesion of the Bandits' top side, things seem to be turning out pretty decently for them, all things told.
It's just one of those plays that you can make as a support when you get yourself that unsealed spellbook, just teleporting to get your top laner into safety. So that is what happened there with the Rel, but it also puts yourself on a fairly long cooldown for a fairly impactful summoner spell that can be used during other timers of the game. Now you will need to wait at least 3 more summoner spell rotations with your spellbook to get it back. But hey, if it saves the life of your top laner, why not go for it? You are in a position that there's not that much on the map to contest, and even though we saw some pings coming out that they wanted to contest River with BB Muffin trying to keep control of it, there was no engage in the end because they knew that the enemy was like just lurking in their bot side as well. So we are finally coming to more of a standstill, both teams keeping it easy, and even with all of the pressure that we're seeing put out by Rise, the gold lead, on the other hand, is only 700 gold in their favor. So it's a lot less of a flippy game than we saw last game between, I have to think about it again, Brodman and friends.
Oh, hello.
Well,
Oh,
need
dear.
to stop.
Oh, dear. Feet dropping the ult, forcing away. Heavier on the bot side. And it's not going to be a kill here for Rise, and it's not even going to be
still a
an extra tower play as the Jinx Rocket prevents that from going down just about, but Tweak is still hanging around. We'll need to care for Trizzy though, as Oervis walks into that bush. But Sin and Jamsu are still intent on pushing this. BB Muffin has got the first move from mid, has the ultimate available should he wish to use it, but Rise are taking a long time with this play. And they're just going to fizzle out. The wave will be cleared under tower, and it's a long time spent not doing very much from Rise Gaming.
Yet it's still alright, since you are forcing Trizzy to also stay on this side and not really do any form of jungle camps or jungle clearing in the past time. So you're just forcing your opponents to respond to exactly the same thing, not lose that much. Therefore you can just do it, you can just make it happen. Though Roy is now looking for a play of himself. I think that might have been a lethal angle there in combination with the Hemo Plague, but good thing that the BB Muffin also smells this and is not willing to undergo this trade even longer.
As we've got another lane swap initiated here by Rise, evidently going to be looking for the Rift Herald, which is going to be spawning in a couple of minutes. It's interesting how these teams have been doing this. They have always been forcing their bot lane towards that top side so they get priority around those objectives, then swapping back when they want to be taking these dragons. We are starting to see first items come through as well. Yuntal Wild Arrows seems to be on a special offer at the shops, as 3 of them have been purchased between our players, but we're also starting to see the stacking of that Archangels and then the proactivity of the Roto Belt here from Ryu, able to go into that pool and get on out of there.
And now everyone's once again just saying that their top side really want to play around the next spawn of the Rift Herald that should be there within a minute or something. But I don't think it really should matter that much. And you already have the bottom tower going in your favor. You are already 2 kills ahead of the only singular kill on the other side. So you're already preparing yourself to complete the feats of strength. But yeah, we're still going for it. All aboard the top side.
Yeah, we are trying to party here as... Ooh! Javier not quite locked down as Tweak fighting up with Trizzy. The Pantheon absolutely wins that one at this point in the game, despite that Trinity Force being completed. Yeah, low kill, but very definitely in possession of Rise. You do have to wonder, though, if they are not getting these kills, then how confident will they be at actually stepping up to these fights when Bandits will inevitably force against them?
I have no clue if we're going to be seeing a lot of team fights or whether it's going to be Bandit just acting like they really want to take a team fight whilst on the other side of the map Aniki is being overrun by Lars, and Lars just saying, I'm a Tryndamere, I'm just going to hit a tower just like how my champion is designed to do it. That is something that we'll both have to wait until we're on that stage of the game, but for now we're still at standstill. Of course the gold lead has been slowly built out by Rise, but the gold lead is on the players that really have to decide a team fight, and as long as there are no full-fledged team fights and you can't really use that lead, there is still a threat of a Tryndamere just sitting on the side lane doing his own thing and making sure that that gold lead might be diminished by the time that we're actually going to be taking fights.
Oh, Rise Gaming using a little bit of the push generated by Anarchy to pick up that dragon, second of the game for them, and Setup attempted here from Bandits around the Herald, but Rise are there just a little bit better. Trizzy gonna get stunned, able to hop over the wall with his support there, and Rise, they're not able to kill anyone in the fight, but they get both objectives on either side of the map, and this is what we were talking about. You've got the Pantheon, you've got the Talia. You can be pretty much anywhere that you want to be in an instant.
And you can do that, your enemy cannot, your enemy already has to be there. We also see that the cracks from Bandit that we've also seen through the past week, with the fact that they really would like to teamfight but never really in a position where they're all on the same page and they basically have to wait for each other, is showing again in a game like this, where half of the team wants to go for the objective and trying to set it up. The other half of the team is probably making calls like, hey, I still want to fix a wave, we cannot move yet. And then if that isn't all on the same page, it is going to be so much more difficult to actually execute these threats and not getting caught. And I'm really happy to see that Trizzy and Awerpis got that like synchronized jumping lessons together, so they can jump the wall at the same time. But it does result at trying to get a setup, not really doing anything, or like it resulting in something positive, and your enemy just saying like, hey, you just walked into another one of those traps, and we can now continue to roll the snowball that we've been rolling for basically the entirety of the game thus far.
Yeah, it's been a very subtle snowball. It's not been particularly loud or in your face, but it's a quite advantage being gained by Rise. We did have a little bit of a look at Trizzy's Kindred in the bottom left-hand corner there. 2 stacks, really not been a fun game for him because, well, frankly, there's not been enough going on. Like, yes, Kindred is a scaling pick, but she really benefits from getting early kills, from getting those marks down, and it's just not happened for the Bandits jungler this game.
Also would have liked to have some setup. Like, the only thing you can do as a Kindred is just say slow, and then if no one like stuns you or anything.
Hello, that's a bit better. Kill number 2 there for the Bandits, and Anarchy goes down.
And we did see Trizzy, of course, make his way over to the top side. And I believe that the mark also was pushed in time. That there's actually an extra stack on that Kindred. And I was wondering if Lars was also willing to take the engage onto BB Muffin, but I don't think that's what you want to do when this Talia is also on a point where the items are slowly just dwindling in. And it's, even if you take that the gap closer, there's just this really nice minefield just waiting for you to be cast.
Yeah, I feel like the champions that Lars can lane against is pretty much just Anarchy, as we see the picture there. A little bit of a review of that kill going over to right on the Vladimir. Very nice to get a little bit more gold in that champion. And small gold lead that Rise had has been closed up just a little bit, under 1,000 now. I'm saying anyone's game, Sim.
I really want to agree with you with that, but I just feel like there's so much lack of execution for Bandits, because thus far all of their kills have been from these random pickoffs where enemies are barely out of position and there's just no response coming out on the other side. But everything that has been synchronized thus far, just being set up by Rise themselves, have been the teamfights that have been, well, the teamfights have been going everything their way. Like, even if they only get 1 kill, they have thus far 100% neutral objective control. They're going to take down the second tower, or like the third tower of the game as well. There's only 1 tower on your opposing team, so it doesn't really feel like Bandits are pushing back. They're just getting crumbs and hoping that it's enough that they have a nice dinner during the later stages of the game, that the crumbs have piled up to be an actual dinner.
It's just rough. And I think I maybe went a bit out there comparing the team fights in last game to the LPL, but I'm very much getting sort of 2015, 2016 Korean team from Rise at the moment.
Oh, finally!
They don't do very much, and then all of a sudden they pull the trigger and they take someone out. Down goes Trizzy as it's an attempted re-engage. Jinx heading over the wall, not really being interrupted, but she straight up doesn't have the damage to take anyone down. Sivir now on the hunt, double stun. Oh, it's so nice for Rise Gaming.
Rise just seizing the opportunity immediately when you want to talk about Snorefest and the LCK back in the day. They instantly want to prove you wrong, that they can also fight whatever they want to. And it is on the best timing for them, because Ryu is still on the top side of the map. trying to hold Aniki, and we've said before, we would prefer to see Lars on the top side against Aniki, because then you have this Vladimir in your team fight. Now you have a Tryndamere in your team fight, and when the pickoff is being made, you see Lars walk all the way from the bot side here to auto attack.
Yeah!
And he can auto attack. Oh, Pantheon is immune. This is difficult. I'm already dead. I have to ult.
I'm having fun. I'm having lots and lots of fun playing Tryndamere in League of Legends. He doesn't end up going down, so I don't know.
He got away with it. It cost all summoners.
From Lars. Everyone else. What are you doing? As he's going to be trying to take away this dragon, prevent the stacking that Rise have initiated in this game, and with a couple more of his friends, he should be successful in that endeavour. Tweak moving over, but he's just not quite there in time. Nice consolation prize there from Bandits. That's one enemy win condition that they've at least delayed.
The benefit of losing that team fight with the tempo that Rise then take for themselves by taking the reset, but also forget with the dragon being up already and then just not being able to contest it anymore, is something that Bandit instantly jump onto, which is really nice to see. But then we see this, and then I don't think this Rel's gonna survive.
Yeah, you said instantly jump onto, and I think that Rise Gaming took that as a command rather than an observation, as this top lane tier 2 taking a heavy beating and will fall down, and in a game that really feels like it's just been quite slow, quite calculated. Rise Gaming all of a sudden with a 5,000 gold advantage as Trizzy is looking to make a play onto BB Muffin, gets the smite down, flashes away, gets over the wall, doesn't get flipped back, and with some help coming out from Lars, surely they could just take out the Talia. Flashes into the Lamb's respite and just about gets the flick off. Trizzy will not go down. That's a whole load of gold on that Jinx, baby.
And I started wondering in that fight, like, is this Trizzy with 1.5 items Kindred really wanting to take this fight towards the Talia? But then with the backup coming in on both sides, the backup for the Talia is just a little bit too small. And then we still see the kill being traded over to Bandits, so Bandits still clawing themselves back into the game, have made sure that this 5,000 gold lead from their opponents is now once again diminished to only 4,000, but they are still behind, and I don't really feel like Rise lose a lot of this, because look at what they've done on the other side of the map. Entire topside jungle is emptied, they took the tower there, they took the mid lane tower, so once again we're talking consolation prizes. Bandits are keeping themselves breathing in the game, but it's not that difficult when you're basically on breathing apparatus, because that's the oxygen that you're getting right now from your opponent.
It was a great metaphor. That was brilliant. It was really.
Yeah, I'm trying my English. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering your beautiful language.
Oh no. I barely know how to speak it half the time, mate. You usually do better than me. Actually, one of the worst moments of my life. I'm going to open up a little bit emotionally here. My mum has German pen friends. We went to stay with them one day, or like for a week or something. I was 14 at the time. The adults went and like had a gathering, like had a chat or whatever. I was left in a room with two like German lads, and they legitimately spoke better English than me. It was incredibly embarrassing. Made me feel quite sad about myself at that time, but I'm over that, and Jamsey needs to get over this engagement as bad things are happening to him, and Lars is the beneficiary. BB Muffin should be able to escape from this one, but the Bandits are still chasing him down. Absolutely relentless into the enemy jungle, although they need to get back fairly shortly because that Yorick is pushing in top lane. And Sim, we have another pause.
It happens.
Just to let you know, viewers, in about 5 minutes, a victory little message is going to pop up at the bottom of the screen. So just wait out for that.
It would
Twice in a row.
It would be such an insane curveball if we're just sitting here for 5 minutes and we just see Bandits win and we're like, what happened? We missed everything.
I want to know. I require information. But the SIM, let's bring it back a little bit. This
we almost actually brought it back, like the moment you started saying it.
I heard our production say like, "Oh, my bad," and I was just, I felt really touched. I promise you, we are working to rectify these issues. Okay, we don't like it any more than you do. But yes, let's talk a little bit about this game, because it did take a long time to get going, but almost as soon as we were maybe getting a little bit bored of it, really started to get a little bit more energy in it this game.
There are finally some plays being forced, basically by both teams, but it still feels so much more calculated by Rise, and while Bandits, they are still getting themselves back into the game over and over again, but it also feels a bit more solo queue-esque, where we talked about it a little bit already, that a lot of their plays just feel really ad hoc, like the moment they see a play they go for, but it isn't really planned beforehand, whilst the other side it's like, okay, we're getting in position, we're waiting for a Taliyah Pantheon ult combination, then we just surprise the enemy team and they won't know what hit them because Vladimir's still top lane and they're now missing their main form of team fighting. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more from Bandits, that they can prepare themselves for these kind of situations where Rise really wants to get these kind of fights, so where Lars is actually on the side lane, but we'll see. It is whatever Bandits decide to do, and for now that is staying as 5, playing a baiting jungle scenario.
Yeah, they are kind of just walking at the enemy team, and Jamsu is respectful enough to flash away. I will say, though, we are starting to get some serious scenes as, oh no, Rel is absolutely where she doesn't want to be, has to flash away. Tweak charging up with that spear, but isn't quite going to find his mark. Now, actually, the ult is coming down onto the Pantheon, and this is what we need to be aware of. There is a lot of damage from Bandits now, but not quite enough to claim a kill as... Wow, Sin loses almost 70% of his HP in an instant, but all this while, Anarchy is on the side lane. Rise Gaming buying time for their top laner to gain advantages on the split push, and my oh my, that Demolish proc was very balanced.
Yeah, Rise just knows that if they have their side laner just doing their own thing and they can keep this fight like within... Well, maybe we take a kill, but we don't have to overforce it. We will gain the advantage on the side lane because our opponents are all 5 in our faces. We know where they are. They cannot do anything funny or funky. It's once again controlled, and it's once again Bandit. They're all... It's like they're looking for desperation plays already, and that's saying something 26 minutes into a game, that you have to group 5, almost Anaram it. And I don't really feel like we should be at that point already, because you do have this Tryndamere, and this Tryndamere had an almost 50 CS lead over the Yorick, and now it's been dwindled down to only 8. So we're not really making use of that anymore.
Oh, Bandits need to be careful. Rear doesn't quite have the ult yet. Tweak forcing him back, Lars turning up. We've got
promising
potential engages on the side. Jamsu going to be using that headbutt to get away and popping the ultimate as well. That is a load of tankiness that this Alistar will not have in the upcoming fight, if there is to be one. BB Muffin trying to get a flick back, not quite able to find it. Trizzy actually moving away from the Drazen. It's just Lars finishing it down. Beautiful engagement from the Bandits. They only needed one fight. Absolute perfection. 4 dead on Rise Gaming. And the Bandits 0-2 in week 1 are looking to change that in week 2.
And we're now seeing a form of Rise that we didn't see throughout the entirety of the rest of the game. Because we've seen them cold and calculated, knowing when to make a play and when not. And now for the first time during this game, we see a slight split between 2 members wanting to push out the mid wave, knowing that they can't really contest the dragon anymore, and 3 players on the other side saying like, yeah, but if we just hard force it, we can maybe force a 50-50 flip and then we'll get the objective anyway. And it gets torn apart in such a weird direction that Bandits just say, yeah, thank you, we get an insane flanking angle with Lars.
A Werpus there as well. Big engage, and Sin still can't flash a rel engage. And as soon as 1 kill went down, it did just feel like Bandits could walk over the fight. The reset capability of that Jinx, 3 items for her now. Anarchy on the run. Flash is committed forward from Bandits. They really, really want this.
Is that the
Muffin
right
able
side?
to cut them off, but he needs to be careful. 3 members of Bandits there, level 16 on this Vladimir. 3 items on this Vladimir. Lars 3 items as well, and looking to push in the side lane. It's all starting to be looking a little bit brighter for the Bandits, and, well, Rise, they really need to be careful. Gold basically even at this stage, as are the Dragons. Bandits still going to be possessing that Baron buff for a couple of minutes more, but this game has gone from cool, calm, collected control to chaos, and the Bandits are looking to capitalize. Jamsu caught out trying to defend the tower. You just can't stand there, buddy. Bandits have taken over in the last couple of minutes.
I don't think you can stand there when there's a Jinx just trying to take down your tower and gets excited. That is that's a really difficult position, but he's there anyway. And now we're slowly seeing Bandits getting in some comfort. They're still 4-man strong on the mid lane. They can run it down at any time with the Baron buff. But Ryze really need to make something happen. Maybe here on the bot lane.
Oh, Ray fighting up with Nicky. Oh my
The health bars!
Hey, yo. Normal amounts of healing there from the Vladimir's. Tweak and BB Muffing are still trying to take him down. No objectives that can be taken on the other side. Nicely timed pull. Proto Belt into the queue. Oh my god! It's Vladimir speeding away, and yeah, I think we've officially reached the point where Vladimir is a problem, Sin.
Ryu, I need you to do something for me. Become a distraction dance. Yes, if you can become a distraction, the rest of your team can utilize Baron buff and then push out some more turrets. Because we've now come to a game state where Bandits were behind for almost the entirety of the game, and now they're 2,000 gold ahead, and they're playing the map like a fiddle. And it's insane, this transformation basically happened after the pause, where we've had situations where they weren't prepared for the enemy fights, and now it looks like they're over-prepared because Ryu has become a raid boss. Lars is just doing whatever he can on that top side of the map to also take attention from the enemy team. And the moment that there's like a singular misstep of the enemy team, Kavia is in a position where he just starts blasting, and the enemy team just disappears.
And the Ryze Gaming there, they double control warded that top
Lars just going for it.
Lars is just, he just keeps hitting him, and keeps hitting him, and keeps hitting
him.
He gets the kill. He's going to keep hitting BB Muffin. Not enough to take down the Taliyah, but that matchup has well and truly swung in favor of the Tryndamere in a pretty significant state.
The investments as well.
I think we need to be asking some questions of Ryze as Tweak is going to get caught out. Trizzy with a 2-level advantage. A rough early game, but absolutely winning out in the damage front now. Ryze had the early advantage, and they didn't really pressurize this game. It was so slow for so long, and
imagine Wolves just getting the last hit there. I'd be really upset if that were to happen.
That would be a day ruiner, for sure.
And Bandits have now gotten themselves into a position where they're not only ahead, but they're also just taking so many resources of their opponents. Because you noticed it as well as I did. Lars fighting the 2v1 on the top side, already taking that Weaver's wall out of the equation, then forcing it as well.
Oh no, Trizzy! He's been caught out there!
It's
He's able to get the Lamb's Respite off in time, but he is dead as a dodo! Lars is coming from base, and Ryze, they find an opportunity to go forward, and they take it. Enemy jungler down. Soul points on the board. And it looks like the Bandits are just going to cede control. They recognize that losing a team fight by a significant margin at this stage of the game is very, very dangerous. Would rather back away, take the L, and recoup some resources from elsewhere.
It does mean that Ryze knows what's on stake here, right? Since we do see Taliyah investing both the ultimate and the teleport to save teammates, even though it wasn't necessarily too successful 1 out of 2 times. We see a small fight on the mid lane. Good thing nothing happened, so I can actually continue my what I wanted to say. Unless, well, this is what I want to talk about. The fact that you have to teleport to save someone, and then you're like, okay, now I'm here anyway, let's just fight. Make sure that we get something out of it, because I don't want to have teleported here just for sauce, just to help you. No, we're going to get some value. And Value Town then it is, when you cannot only get a pick, but it's also at a really crucial timing, knowing that the enemy, the neutral dragon is spawning, and your enemy now has 0 position to fight from. And I maybe expected Ryu to look for a re-engage, because, well, if a team is fighting for dragon, they are playing clumped up 9 to 10 times, so you can just throw your ultimate and see if you can flip it. But Bandit's trying to prefer playing it safe than being sorry after taking a defeat. Also makes sense, because now you are finally in a position that you can contest the enemy team. You don't just want to give it away by one bad decision after the other.
I will say though, oh no, Lars.
Oh, I mean, I'm not saying anything anymore.
You shouldn't be there. Pops the ultimate, but now Bandits are actually on the run. They're taking this engage from Ryze and saying thank you very much. Into the backline goes Jamsum, as there's so many low health bars. The ricochet from Sid doing the work. Ryu dropping in the front line, and the Bandits are scattering. Trizzy gets rocks thrown at his head, and that's 3 kills from Ryze, re-engaging the re-engage. Baron on the Rift, but they're just running down mid lane.
And it was Lars that started all of this, and he's one of the few that actually gets away with it. So that might not feel like the best situation for Bandits, but Lars going to try and save the play. He's going to try and hold the way, but he's just walking into BB Muffin. He was there as well.
Not great, and those death timers, Sim, they are pretty significant at this stage of the game. 20 seconds until Ryze back. I think Ryze might have just done this.
They might as well when the last stand now comes out from their support, but it's really difficult to hold this when you're playing against 5 champions and a Maiden of the Mist.
It was clean, and then it was not clean, and then it was clean again. The story of the game for Ryze, still undefeated in the Four Nations as they take down Bandits.
But then we can still say, in the end, do you like roller coasters? Then you do like Bandits games, because that is what it is. The roller coaster of emotion of it's so Jover, we're so Barak over and over again.
I don't know. Like the fact that composition came, I'm going to say closer to winning than maybe it actually looked like. Yeah. Is a real testament, and I think it's a surprise for a lot of people to see Bandits really struggling, like 0-3 now as Ryze have kept their position at the top of the leaderboard intact. I'm getting words from production, but I'm talking so I can't hear them, unfortunately. That's egotistical from me. That's very, very self-centered. I'm sorry. Sim, this game, what do you feel like the overall message, the moral of the story from this League of Legends game was?
Oh, the moral of the story for Bandits, never give up. I think they've shown that the moment that they are in the bad position, but they can still pull it back for themselves into at least a better position. That's something that they've gone on lock. So we're not necessarily doubting the players anymore. We're now doubting the situation that starts before the game, called not overcooking and setting yourself up for more success. On the other side, for Ryze, I think Ryze is one of those teams that maybe we didn't see it coming during the making of the tier list or anything, but they are a team that can play calm and collected. They can make plans and scheme upon schemes, and they have shown today that if they get their hands on a combination that we've seen also throughout a lot of the pro games that we see nowadays, if you can combine like a Talia with a Pantheon, and they can probably do exactly the same with like Ari or Maokai with a different pick of mid laner. They know how to play by the book, and that is something to be really afraid of when you're going up against a team like Ryze.
Yeah, and for more on that and other related news stories, we're going to be throwing it back to the desk. How's everything going over there?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Middlecast, for throwing it over SIM and Middle. Of course, thank you so much for that entertaining cast. And the good thing is I hear you crystal clear. So we're about to throw it over towards this desk to see what we can talk about. It was such an entertaining match. It felt like very one-sided, maybe, Effie, in the very first, let's say, 10 minutes or so. But eventually, there were some plays from Bandits that really brought them back inside this game.
No, I think we were all in agreement there. It was Ryze all the way until it wasn't. I said it before in draft, Bandits have to find scrappy team fights, play messy, play a little bit dirty at times, and they did that. They found their angle on that dragon fight. Huge rel ult coming in, but they just didn't have the team fighting to close it out.
Yeah, Rob, it felt like that point in time when there was that Drake fight, of course, with the Rel engaged. That felt like the moment in time, the big spike in the graph, in the overview. That felt like there were some options maybe for the Bandits. They had one good fight, and it felt like the snowball was rolling.
Yeah, it did, right? We always had concerns when you have a comp like this where it just takes a couple moments of maybe Trinidad one-shotting your ADC or Vladimir one-shotting your entire team. And we see that team fight come through. Again, amazing rel engage. I don't think we can say enough on how great that rel engage was. But for the rest of that game, I think Awerp has had a pretty difficult game to play. The deaths don't show it, but it was very, very hard for Rel to play that. As we see here, obviously the player of the game, we've given it to BB Muffin. Lots of damage on the Talia, some crucial knock-ups, some crucial stuns. I think every time there was a knock-up or a stun, you see the Talia following up on that, which is what you want from your mid laner, right? That's why you play the Pantheon. That's why you play the Alistar. So great to see BB Muffin, who... some of our analysts would have him as the best mid last split. He was at least top 2, top 3 for me. Coming in again really hot this split. Ryze, Tweak my beloved, also I think had a decent early game. I think he really showed why I rate. A lot of people are rating him quite highly. Sin really, behind the scenes, Sim loves that guy. I can see why they're happy to have him on the roster. And I think overall, Ryze just played more of a team. They played more as a team, and it wasn't any of these moments of magic. It was just consistency, albeit apart from one fight in a Baron. let's be honest, if you remove that from it, the overview is looking all Rise all the way.
No, I'd agree. Definitely.
Yeah, Evie? You're just in agreeing on the
No,
fact
I'm
that...
just in agreement.
Yeah.
It was
I can-
Rise all day, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And also for BB Muffin, I liked a couple of those initiating plays because there was a couple of times that maybe the bandits were overstepping, and especially along over the red pit, there was a flash engage on the Kindred that was a little bit overstepped. And you have to have the confidence to make one of those calls and make it work. And eventually, I felt like that was the point in time when the snowball stopped rolling. And then for the bandits, everything seemed to be just grasping for straws, see if there's somewhere they could find their play. That means the first 2 matches of the stream are done for now. And given the time that we still have, it's not an awful lot, I can tell you. Evie and Rob are about to round up this desk segment. Evie, maybe some closing words for your part in this broadcast for this evening.
No, I think the biggest thing I have to agree. Casters said it earlier. Keep the fights going. Keep it going. Never give up, but also be aware of some of the limits. And I think what we've seen a lot of is teams overextending, putting themselves into awkward positions. Try and get themselves in better positions. It sounds easy, doesn't it? But put yourself in a position to make advanced plays, but play safe. Because we've seen some amazing re-aggressions from these more defensive-sided teams, and it's been working for them. So find a way to play them safe.
Exactly. Rob, this evening isn't done yet. Still 2 more matches are coming up. Maybe some toss that we can throw over to the break.
Firstly, up the UK, up the Rise with the UK core, up Broad and Friends, and no, really, really good game so far today. I think Rise in Bandits, I was hoping it was a bit of a banger. I think it was. Both teams showing us that going forward. Hopefully those 2 games, which I think I don't remember now, Bulldogs versus Good Chi, and then there's Paragon versus... Yep. My brain is completely gone.
I got it for you. I can help you along. I got the
those are
matches
looking
for
good
you.
ones.
But they look at, but Paragon versus Ink Quick, those are going to be some interesting games. Paragon maybe looking for their first win. I'm hoping we see some bangers today because as the league starts to take shape, predictions of the preseason fall off and we start seeing new players rise and new teams maybe come forward. We've got Rise at 3-0 now, a team that some analysts might have had lower down their tier lists.
Yep.
Other analysts who know the scene obviously love every single player on that roster and know it was going to succeed. But either way, hopefully, fingers crossed, we see more of those kind of games come out Rise, because it'd be great to see some new orgs sort of making it to the top echelon.
We have to go towards the break because there's 2 matches still coming towards us. I had an absolute amazing time on the very first broadcast to be here, so thank you for that. And just like the rosters and positions like Effie just discussed, we're gonna do some role swaps. For now, thank you so much for Rob and Effie for joining in on this desk and telling us all the details of those teams. We're heading towards 2 more matches this evening, so prepare yourselves for Paragon, Int Quick, Gucci, and Bulldog Academy. Good night.
The memory
Hello there, everybody. It is myself, formerly caster Middlecott, now host Middlecott, for the final 2 games of the day. Fortunately, it's not just my voice you're going to be hearing on a continuous loop. The people here at the UKEL have had the good graces to get 2 other people to talk about the games. We've got the man, the myth, the Lego legend, Torok himself, and, just generally, really clean setup with the bisexual lighting as well. Millie joining us on the desk. How are we doing, people?
Banging. It's going to be great. I've spent the last 4 hours in a voice chat with UKEL people. I'm hyped. I'm ready. Let's go. Let's do this.
See, I wouldn't say hyped. That could do some horrible things to people. And Torok, how are you doing? How's life been for yourself over the last little while?
Well, I turned up like 10 minutes ago, and I'm just happy to be here. So there's just differences, all right? We let it work.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is nice to have you on here, and it's nice that you're feeling maybe a little bit underprepared, because I feel like you're kind of embodying the ramshackle nature of Int Quick this split, a team who famously doesn't scrim, doesn't do all that much practice, but were able to make it all the way to the final last split. They've had a few downters coming into summer with a revamped roster that a lot of people saying isn't as strong. 1-1 in the first week. You've coached with a few of these players before. How do you reckon they're going to be feeling, and what are you expecting from them going forward?
Well, these guys are going to just be laughing their ass off during during prep. To be honest, let's just talk about it. They're going to be chilling. They're going to be looking forward to the game. The amount of laughs I've had with some of these guys whilst we were waiting for way more serious officials than probably what they're going into today. I think even if they're not necessarily a roster that maybe is as strong as last split, if some people would like to aim it that way, because obviously they're kind of legends of the UK scene at this point rather than let's say current competitors, although obviously they've come back for this roster. They're still very good players in their own right, and they know their way around the rift, so I think they're going to be feeling just excited.
Yeah, well, it's always nice to return to sort of competition. I know those guys have had a lot of fun competing in the past, and it's great to see them back. Mile, if we're talking about Paragon on the other side of this first matchup that we're going to be seeing with us on the desk, I would say almost a completely different story. The old Glorpcat roster that has come up, a lot of unknown faces. It's not been the best of start for them in the UKEL 4 Nations, but there's hope there.
Yeah, definitely. I think the start was a little wobbly, a little, not as clean, not as safe. I think they do have a decent early game. I think when it comes to the first few minutes of the game, they seem to have the control down pretty well. But an issue that we've gathered from, of course, looking back at the last match day was that there is objective control wise still a lot of room to improve. So that is something that I'm looking for today, to see if they were able to work on that, as we of course already get the first pick going through here in form of the Aurora, which for me is still, she's such a coin flippy pick. I rarely see her work out really, really well. I've seen her work out pretty well yesterday in Prime League, where they combined the Between Worlds with the Cyclone coming through from a Wukong, and that was a deadly combination. So I wonder if they're going for this. We do get a Smolder though, which I personally really like. So let's see if Inquick can make the Smolder work in the late game.
Yeah, Torok, do you reckon this is a case of giving Artorias something a little bit more idiot-proof? We know that he's had some struggles on ADC, but giving him something where if he just plays nice and consistent, plays safe, is going to get to that late-game condition regardless?
I would actually say the Smolder's probably a 3-lane flex, so it's not necessarily going AD. Especially with Kerberos in top lane, there's a very good chance that maybe versus the Aatrox, maybe not, but it could. This Smolder could move, is my point. It's not necessarily locked on Artorias at this point. Of course, if he gets a nice free lane, I'm sure he won't turn down the opportunity to have some insurance, let's say. On the whole, it's a nice start for the draft for Inquick, and Oliver Aatrox locked in for Paragon.
I just now realized that the Aurora pick is maybe also a little bit of a denying pick here against Bile, because if I look at the solo queue history here, there is a whole lot of Aurora games there. And maybe that's something they were like, look, we can pick it away. We feel comfortable on it as well. So let's just not give that one over. But the answer is, of course, the Syndra.
Yeah.
So let's see how that is going to go.
I think that's a pretty tried and true champion for Beely. He's been crushing skulls on this for a very long time. Looking at what we've got in these first 3 rotations there, what do we feel like both teams need to sort of fill out the rest of their drafts? How do you complement what has already been thrown down?
Well, on Paragon's side, they need to keep going in. They're completely outranged already, so there's no redeeming the range discrepancy in the draft. So we're really looking for ways to make up for that, and it's going to be a little bit tricky. But I'm hoping to see like Leona, maybe it's a bit bad with volley, but like Leona, Rel, some kind of engaged support is going to have to come in, and probably also an AD that flies in as well, because otherwise he's just going to get left in the back line and not have a good time of it, if we're being honest. So it's as simple as that, really, for Paragon. On the other side, for Inquick, I think they've got a really good start to the draft. They've got so much control. Lane phases look really good for them as well. Really, the only thing they've got to be worried about is giving over like slightly too easy lanes, because right now, like Smolder doesn't look that great in top. Obviously, Smolder blind on AD is a bit weak in lane. If Paragon can punish that with volley, it could be a way to snowball for them, right? So that'd be my concern.
Ooh. Okay, so we get several bans coming through here. Of course, they are still not entirely sure where everything is going to go, but I see a bit of a support focus coming through. I do agree with the Rel Leona. I think that's something that both of these teams could really use. In my opinion, of course, still 2 of the most interesting and strongest support picks you have as of right now. Ooh, but we're getting the Darius lock in here. And that is interesting. I don't think we've seen this champion a lot of times. It's also not the highest in the solo queue list, but that doesn't have to mean anything. And then, of course, some nice poke coming through now with Karma. Pairing that up with Sivir, I don't necessarily love it, just because Sivir takes some time to get into the game. I think she scales okay. She has a lot of work that she can do once she hits her item spikes. But considering that the other side has the Smolder for the late game, I'm not entirely sure Sivir can match that. So I'm not necessarily super hyped about this bot lane pickup here.
Yeah, I think to a certain extent, though, we were talking about Paragon needing some ADCs that can go in, and Sivir, she's not necessarily a proper diver like something like a Kai'Sa, but she does get the fight started and she can go in with her team. I am really interested to see what this Darius is like in top lane, though, Tarek, because it is a bit more of a standard pick, which is weird talking about a Darius in competitive, but Kerberos, we know he can do weird, wild, and wonderful things. 2 champions that I think have a lot of power in the early game. Are we expecting there to be a lot of bloodshed in the top lane, and then whoever wins out from that could snowball to the rest of the game?
So this will refer to also the Sivir Karma. The Darius is a really great pick in isolation into Aatrox and Volibear, hence them going for it. I think what they didn't account for is that Sivir Karma is actually really good into Darius. It's very hard to play against that level of move speed on the side of Paragon now, if Sivir Karma play very, very well. And they do have a relatively free lane. So my eyes would be going towards Aatrox surviving, letting Sivir Karma really play the game. That should be able to nullify like the Darius, for example, and power up their volley and Aatrox with move speed. If that doesn't work, of course Darius can run away with it because he has a great matchup on top.
Nilo, so now that we've seen sort of both drafts come through, how are you feeling about what Inquick and Paragon have put together?
I have a hard time deciding which draft I necessarily prefer. I do, on a bit of a, let's say, special note, I do really enjoy seeing Smolder again. I know a lot of people disagree. I know a lot of people really don't want to see Smolder again. I'm quite happy about it. So I will enjoy this. But sorry about that. But I gotta say, I'm kind of torn, because I agree with the fact that if Paragon end up playing their game well, if they end up, feeding into their bot lane and keeping their top lane alive, then it should be an okay game for them to play. If not, I see better scaling and just better teamfight potential even on the side of Inquick. I think it's really up to Paragon's early game, which has been kind of their strong suit, so maybe it's going to work out. I'm just not entirely sure they'll be able to take it over to the mid to late game and then actually end up winning this entire thing.
It sounds like we've got a fair bit of uncertainty on the desk, but we shall all find out how it goes down once we throw it to our casters. The inimitable, the wonderful Orbital, and some guy called, Black Bloxer or something. Yeah, take it away.
Thank you very much, Locott. We appreciate it all, and hopefully we have a very, very fun time on here, as so wonderfully said. My name is Orbital, with me is Bloxer, and we will be your casters for the upcoming 2 matches. And I have to agree with the desk themselves. These comps have very interesting points of strengths, but also a couple weaknesses that are very, very evident.
Absolutely, Paragon, their roster just wants to sprint at you, and that's why the Civ has been picked up, right? We're going to run at you, but even faster this time. That being said, in Quick, they've got a couple of good denial tools. There's the obvious ones in the Nami Wave and the Syndra just pushing you back away, but also the Pillar getting just slammed straight in front of you is another way that they could just say no, and it is going to make this a potentially pretty tricky game for Paragon to play out. For Inquick's side, it's a bit odd in where they're wanting to play at what times, right? Obviously, the Smolder wants to get very late on into the game. The Syndra, it's got a relatively smooth curve all the way through, but then the Darius very much wants to play more in the early game, and into the Aatrox right here, you're obviously picking this as something you like, and Kerberos has been one of the better top laners we've seen so far in the UKL, but into the Aatrox, there are still angles for the Aatrox to best you in these fights, and especially if the junglers get involved, the top lane could turn very spicy.
And that's what we're kind of hoping for. I want to see that action roll up to the top side because you know nothing's happening on the bot side. Now, if there is action on the bot side, it's specifically on the junglers. I don't think either side, a Smolder and a Sivir, they're not going to be making action happen on their own. If there is, I'm terrified to know how the game's going to turn out. I'll be completely honest there. But if we're taking a look at that top side, I have to agree that Darius that was picked up as a counter specifically to the Aatrox is a whole different story. But specifically with these rosters, I mean, Paragon and Inkquick, both of these teams, they're going to be rocking out, and Inkquick specifically, I'm going to be interested to see if they can show up as a squad as a whole.
Absolutely. They've not really been able to show us anything too exciting so far in their first couple of games, right? They picked up the win, of course, but look, Venomcrest made some mistakes in that game, and then they made some more mistakes in that game, and, things kind of spiraled and compounded, and it's good. It's good that Inkquick were able to pick themselves up the victory and catch a throw, right? Same thing with Paragon, right? Where even though they've lost both of their matchups so far, they've shown us a couple of moments where you think, yeah, maybe they can play around this. Both of these teams very much with something to prove right now, and it's also just worth bearing in mind, right? For both of these teams, wins are going to be incredibly important, right? We've got a single round robin between 10 teams. That's only 9 games for you to prove yourselves, and we've already had the first 2 go down. You need to start picking up wins as quickly as possible.
Those wins better be by an inch or a mile. Either way, both these squads will scramble for 1. So we're already on to the Rift for Game 1, or Game 3 of the day here on the stream, at least. Technically Game 4. I believe we've had 3 games so far, 1 off stream, of course, and that's always been a treat of its own. But again, Paragon and Inkquick, both these squads hoping to have a little bit of fun as we got the battle lines drawn just like usual.
And it doesn't look like we're going to get anything too explosive during the very early stages of this game, but that makes sense. Neither of these team compositions really looking to get too frisky. I gotta be honest, neither of these teams really have seemed like they want to play anything too much in the level 1. So we'll have to wait and see where these junglers are going to start. It's going to be incredibly important, right? Both of these junglers you would expect to kind of ignore this bottom lane. It's not necessarily going to be the biggest focus. Both of these ADCs, as you said, Orbital, they're kind of just looking to farm themselves up. They don't need to get too aggressive. But the mid lane, the top lane, I think those could be potential options for quite a lot of aggression. And Crossfair stepping up in a situation he probably shouldn't have. That's a half-health Nami.
The good news is you figure, hey, I'm about midway point to the river. I'm not going to have to do anything crazy. The problem comes about the fact that you are saying, hey, I can't lose this wave state, so I'm actually going to burn a pot instead. So very gentle win there for the side of Paragon to start things off. Granted, I mean, Prosser, you're a Nami. You're going to heal up one way or another, and, well, you hope so when you didn't get the bounce there, which feels kind of bad.
Absolutely, but it is still just a little bit rough, right? There's a ton of potential poke available to you in this bottom lane. Obviously, the Sivir is going to be one of those late-game scalers, but you still have a decent amount of poke in the early game, especially alongside a Karma, so you don't really want to be losing out onto that early pot. I think the more impactful thing to me, though, was the fact that Prosfair wasn't actually able to put the ward down, had to turn tail and run far too quickly, and so that's just a little bit of extra vision on where it is the Bernie's going to be that you just don't have available to you now as 5IQ.
And this step up at the level 2, I'm not sure they're actually going to enjoy this one as it's quickly stepping back here. Anomaly having a decent chunk of HP, and Strumble's still doing okay in their HP department. Whereas you look on the other side, Buster is already out of those pots, so really don't see any sort of extra aggression coming out of Quick. Meanwhile, both junglers opting to finish up opposite sides of their own jungle, pathing, both of them starting on their blue bus.
Yeah, very interesting that they're going to be heading in opposite directions, as we said, right? You'd expect Bernie would want to get involved more in the top lane. If you can get this Aatrox ahead, that's going to be something very impactful for the game. And that's especially true when they have that counter pick in the Darius, as we were saying, right? You really want to get your Aatrox ahead, that's why you pick it early on, but you're not necessarily having the easiest lane state for him to be in. Instead, Bernie is just going to head down towards the bottom side of the map. There's nothing too wrong with that. Obviously, we haven't seen anything massively explosive so far. We do, though, see Prosphere head back to base already. Big wave getting pushed underneath the tower as well. It's going to allow Anomaly and Sprumble to head back to base. But Tickle is looking topside, and he does have the pillar available. It's a very potent gank tool if he wants it.
Well, I mean, you can do it now or do it a little bit later, because take a look at what's happening here. I want to draw your attention to the mid lane. We saw a very slight adjustment from Prosphere, maybe even cheating up towards that top side, say, hey, we can get something, but now actually traveling into the river and saying, hey, now I get some extra information. I know where Beninu is, and we're going to try and do a little bit extra damage, and all of a sudden it's Beninu to actually turn it around here. Prosphere didn't have to use the flash earlier. Might have to do it here. You're going to be able to get over to that plant, but it doesn't work fast enough, and Beninu chomps down on some very fresh fish.
Alright, there we go, Bernie. That's unfortunate there for Prosphere, and yeah, as much as we have been talking about 5IQ, we've been talking about the top side of their map, because the bottom lane, it just hasn't been working out particularly well for themselves so far, and you can see it right here. I mean, Kerberos, Tickle, they're fine. Beely, Artorias, Prosphere, kind of getting pushed around a little bit more, and Artorias specifically is just getting left without his support quite a lot at the moment. I mean, you've been back to base a ton as Prosphere, and you can see it's beginning to have quite the impact. Prosphere's still only level 2 right now, and yeah, you've now got a slightly easier lane into this Aatrox, but it now means that your Darius isn't going to have a good time, and Kirby being put behind is just so rough right here for 5IQ. He's been everything to them in both their wins and their losses.
Not being given that option, that opportunity is going to be difficult all on its own. Crosshair barely getting out of that draw, and Malamars saying, this is perfect for me. I'm very much comfortable for this position, even stepping up, still trying to slam down some extra damage right now, as farming up a decent stack. You're about 5 CS behind Kerbo on the top side, so not that bad.
Yeah, everything has sort of evened itself out just a little bit overall. Obviously with that kill, a little bit of extra gold going over to Paragon, but Paragon's laning phase it's not been great for them, but it hasn't been a massive problem. It's been a lot of their team fighting that's really been the struggles they've been having. It's been the way in which they have lost out on any small leads they were able to accrue for themselves. And so now that they've got themselves a small advantage, let's see what they can do with it. We've obviously got that first Drake available right now, going to be a Chemtech Drake on the board first of all. And both these teams could do with picking that up. You like the stats you would have available to you. Pings at the moment coming through from Bernie. He's going to make the first little bit of move towards it. Now, he doesn't really have the lane priority in either the mid or the bottom lane right now, but you can see with a little bit of extra aggression here from Sprumble, that's going to be picked up mid lane. And now that you've got Madabak to push down through the bot lane, it should be a relatively easy pickup right here of the Drake. Mr. Tickle nowhere nearby.
I mean, it's comfortable as well. We talk about this adjustment, this movement, and Sprumble being in that mid lane. Well, that's your pressure that you wanted. But as you called, Dragon goes down, and then you look on the other side, and so Tickle's like, well, I didn't really like that one. But lose the Dragon, you start prepping around those grubs. Pick those up for yourselves, or at least battle for it, because Mr. Tickle is about halfway to that level 6. Once you have that level 6, then you have that chomp, and you have a little bit extra to play with. Crosshair, though, right now, up a creek
again.
without a paddle or some fins. It's another death in the bucket, and this time it goes over to Zig.
Yikes, yeah, that's another person you really don't want to be feeding those early kills over to. Getting the bear rolling is bad, but the Aurora going to be even harder to try to deal with. You've got yourself a couple squishy carries. You don't want to have extra threat. Mr. Tickle has a look up towards the top side of the map, but obviously Sprumble's got plenty of speed-ups available for him and Anomaly. Bot lane?
Oh, you know who doesn't have the speed-ups? It is going to be Artorias. But of course, you can just walk your way out to safety. Matamar is not
I'm surprised.
fully committing, which, again, I would have liked to see a flash and barrier burned out of that, out of that 4 ADC.
Exactly. The fact that you're an Aatrox right here, stepping up to a little Smolder just 7 minutes into the game, and you get to just walk that one away is kind of crazy. Now it's going to be Mana under threat.
And it's a good one. Now you force away Mata, so you know what? Arturia's saying, hey, you didn't take the chance earlier. I'm gonna take advantage of this lane state, and all of a sudden, this Smolder getting plenty of time to farm up, and not only that, Prosphere getting plenty of time to get levels.
Exactly, yes. As much as it has been pretty bad that Prosphere has gone down a couple of times, and actually things might get a little bit worse for 5IQ as Kerberos is going to be the focus of this.
Yeah, the unfortunate one, but you draw the TP, and that means Kerberos is saying, hey,
Kirby!
that's free! Oh, Anomaly is gonna bleed to death here. 4 is the magic number! And Kerberos, with a very slight TP in from Beely, who we haven't seen move that much often, is going to grant, and quick, their first kill of the game.
I'm really not sure what the decision making there was from Paragon. The second that you step up to this massive Darius, you have to just go for that play. Yes, Beely is going to be teleporting in, but between the lot of you and the fact that you've got the Stormbringer to turn off the tower, you're likely able to get that first kill, and then, yeah, maybe somebody goes down, but at least it's going to be a 1-for-1. Instead, you just end up sacrificing Anomaly over to your opponents, and Kirby getting an early kill is exactly what 5IQ want for themselves. He's on a Darius, which needs early kills anyway, but also he's been that main carry for the team. When they do well, it's because Kerberos is stomping on kids.
Yeah, and Kerberos is about to do it again, this time with some help from Mr. Tickle, and remember, no ult from Mata, so Mata says, nada, I am gone. Kerberos picking up an assist with a kill handed to Mr. Tickle.
And this is a pretty back and forth game. This is kind of what we were expecting out of this one. Beely, now they're going to be the next threat. Bernie going to flash in.
And that's just going to be a tower disengaged and disrupted, which does allow 3 kills to go over to Paragon, who claimed the feat of warfare.
Okay. Now this is nice from Paragon. This is one of the better early games that we've seen from them so far. And as one of our 0-2 teams, they really need to get things going early on. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull it through. It's nice to see the Glopcat roster get something going, right? It's always nice when we get to see some of these Division 2 teams do well for themselves, and while it's not a Division 2 org in Paragon, Glopcat getting brought up from where they were in Division 2 to play here. The first couple of matches kind of went as we were expecting, but at least in this one versus 5IQ early on, it is looking good. As you were highlighting though, Orbital, they kind of need to keep the pressure up, right? Because the later and later that we get into this game, the stronger Artorias is going to get, and the Smolder is actually in a pretty strong spot in the meta at the moment. Once you get those 225 stacks, you hit like an absolute truck.
Oh, it's already happening. It's already happening. What an empowered tether, though, to keep Scrumble alive. And Mata even ulted to get into this one. There's a flash available, so Arturius is going to flash away. I don't think they have the E available, so no, you're going to get chunked out, but the barrier is back and available. So Mata now out of ult range and slowed down by Mr. Tickle. Tickle tickles him away. Elmo saying no, not the Tickles. It is going to be Artorius to come up with a kill, and not only that, bounce that gold lead to a 1.1k lead.
Exactly, and it goes on to Artorias, which is going to be exactly who you want to be picking that one up. Turret plates as well into the back pocket of Mr. Tickle. And we were just talking good things about Paragon, but 5IQ, they show that they can still go toe-to-toe. And like we said, you've got that early game pressure.
What? I have no idea what happened. I know Anomaly was running away from Kerberos, and now Kerberos is the one getting owned. Bernino's is now on a killing spree, with Dragon just now spawning in about 15 seconds.
Alright, fine, whatever. This game is going to be completely and utterly crazy. This is what you come to the UKL for, right? Are the games good quality? Not always, but they are always fun. And this is what I wanted to see out of these two, honestly. Looking at it on the roster, it was always going to be a bit like this. Next Drake is going to be available here. Going to be a Hex Check, one of the best, in fact, the best individual Drake to be able to pick up. So I'd like to see both of these teams at least step around it. Right now, Paragon, they're going to get that first move towards the Drake, but they don't really have the ability to keep the pressure. 5IQ, they're going to move in.
I love the fact that you pointed it out. They were first there, but not enough pressure. They're having to draw down Zig right now. But look at the HP bar difference. I know that Artorias is about to have his ultimate up. Bomb might be called in, and guess who's coming around as well? Beely, who has not been around to help out, will be the difference maker. But a nice jump in by Paragon says, give me that one. The wave, though, slows them all down. Ninu, though, says, I'm not slowed by anything. Proster flashing away from Mata, but in comes Zig with a jump of their own. A nice double bubble is going to line them up, though, for Artorias to line the damage. Of course, the Dragon was the main goal, so it is going to give 3 and 3. But overall, kills going to Artorias' pocket, or at least an assist.
Yeah, and look, top. This is critical, right? It is the teleport coming through out of Mata, so he does get involved in that fight, picks up a kill for himself. So, you know, that's nice. But you've given free time to Kirby up in this top lane. He's going to be able to get himself a couple of tower plates, and you still end up going 1-for-1 in terms of those kills. Yes, the objective does go over to Paragon, and the Drake stacking could be critical for them going forward, but you're not going to be massively upset about this one as 5IQ. It does highlight something that we're going to have to track through the rest of this game, though. Kirby, being aggressive, as you would expect with the Darius, has the flash and the ghost, but that does mean you're down a teleport automatically for 5IQ, and that's going to make playing these sidelines pretty tricky as we get further into this game.
That's why you're hoping for a little bit more power. But Ninu is about to get hunted inside of the woods here. Hunter and more. Trundle beating on the back of this bear's head, and then an axe straight through means the bear goes down, as that's their first set plus shutdown gold.
Yeah, I really like to get that little bit of extra gold into the back pocket of some of these key carries. Right now, first items just beginning to come through for a couple of people. Mr. Tickle has that Trinity Force completed, and that one is going to be critical, right? The fact that you could just rip somebody's head off if you get close enough. Between this Darius and this Trundle, those two are going to be able to get through any of these tankier members that you have for Paragon, and then you've got plenty of squishy health-killing machines right here in both the Syndra and the Smolder. I think it's a really good look for this composition. Marta going in again. Prosphere's having a miserable time of it so far. I mean, they managed to catch back up in terms of levels, and Artorias is doing fine for himself. Now has that Essence Reaver completed, but any time that Nami steps up, I feel like I've only ever seen Prosphere at half health.
I mean, that's... At the same time, if you cut out the deaths and you're only sitting at half health, I'll take it, considering what's gone down, because take a look at what they're doing now. Mata sitting on top of a ward, doesn't realize it's gonna go down, and now just walks right on in, and that's gonna be a quick bubble, plus the wave behind Mata is now the one at half HP, and Artorias gets free farm. Look at this, Mata has no idea where to go. It feels so bad, but it's so good. Artorias farms yet another kill.
Oh, Mata has a family. You can't do it to him like that. That was so sad to watch. I mean, that is the life of a melee champion into the Nami and the Smolder. Still, the fact that that's happening this early on, and now Mom comes on through, and normally have to turn tail and run, although the root does land. Mr. Tickle gonna arrive. Bernie's also in the area, and actually we've got the mid laners potentially joining as well. Just so much pressure being put down. Whilst all of this is happening, Kerberos doesn't care. Kirby just sitting in the top lane, constantly pushing, making pressure himself up on the top side. However, we might now see a rotation out of everybody up towards this top side of the map, because we do have the Rift Herald.
This is going to be a dive, though, and more, because Beanie is the one that we got to watch.
Dead.
That's going to be down, but Bernie barely lives. Now they're going to try and jump for a little bit more. Pillar slows them down, but guess what? Speed-ups, so you are safe. But round 2 about to happen, whether you like it or not. Kirby is here. Jumps away is Zig, but that's not the main target. Sprumble immediately chomped up and deleted. So it is a 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
The fact that you're going to be able to get away with this recall from Bernie is great. No! Pillar predicts! There we go. That's going to be the kill going over. And it keeps being back and forth and back and forth. But through all of this, a 2,000 gold lead has been established right here for 5IQ. They are beginning to get in control of this game.
And keep in mind, the crazy part, even though how close this game is, 5IQ have never actually lost the gold lead, and it's only going to continue. Artorias has been allowed to keep this entire gold lead in their pocket, and they're about to get yet another barrier chomped once. Extra shield need to come through. Artorias is going to flash through it, because you know you can. And just like that, Artorias is on a killing spree, and that late game power spike is about to happen a whole lot sooner.
Can we see stacks on the Smolder at some point? It would be really nice.
No, I don't want to see that number, because it's going to be depressing. Like, we're only 16.5 minutes in, it's going to be pretty dang high.
Yeah, hitting your 225 about 22, 23 minutes is usually about right for the pros. So the fact that I think Artorias is probably ahead of that pacing right now is going to be crazy. He's been farming up really well for himself as well, and just getting a ton of kills, dealing a ton of damage right now. This is the Smolder damage with just the Essence Reaver, and that's kind of the weakest bit of the kit, right? This is a setup piece for the remaining items that you're going to be buying later on into the game. And this is just a rough situation to be in right here for Paragon. As we've been saying, they need a win, but right now, Zig gets jumped. He can just get back over the wall, though.
He can, but not many others can, and that's going to be them scattering, especially with Dragon coming in here very shortly. And you were just talking about solo dragons. to have? Well, one of my favorite dragons to have for stacking specifically is Ocean when you're trying to keep these late game carries alive, especially against some of these consistent damage dealers like Anomaly. You want that Ocean Soul.
Absolutely you do. Picking up the Ocean Soul could be so critical for them, but it's going to be really, really hard if you want to actually fight back as Paragon right here. Yeah, you've got yourself the first 2 Drakes, but at this point, can you really step up? Can they actually put themselves into the pit at this point? Obviously, for this Drake, the answer is no. They're not even trying. Buddy's headed up towards the top side of the map. But as we start to get closer to a potential soul for 5 IQ, you're going to have to step up at some point. Now, we did highlight it, right, during the draft, and the desk did a brilliant job as well, talking about the fact that you've got a run at them composition. Right now, it's Anomaly being ran at. He should be able to get away, but this is going to be the mid lane tower going down pretty much guaranteed with this Rift Herald spawning. But for Paragon, we've just never seen them actually play their composition as 5 and sprint at someone. It's been so disparate. They haven't all been together at any one point. They could potentially go for a play right here, right now.
Ooh, well, Zig is going to try and get in the middle of them. I don't know if that's where you actually want to be, because Mob is called down. You immediately have to run away. Berninu, though, says, please let me have a chance, but no, once again, bear meat on the menu. Mata, though, flashing into the mix, and I say flashing, but it's really just a TP, as you are able to bring a kill back. But that was a 4v5 yet again. You lost 2, you took 1, and Kirby's still like, I got bot tower.
Yeah, Kirby's still just going to be more than happy to take half out of this one. We're going to jump back into a replay, and it starts off relatively well with Zig being able to just get a pretty nice Between Worlds off, jumps over, but Artorias is allowed to sit and free hit for way too long in this fight, right? Artorias is fine, Artorias is fine, Artorias is fine. It's only at the point at which you have yourself an Aatrox in that things begin to go wrong, and I hadn't even seen that during the actual play. That's unfortunate. It's just a slight mistiming on that Scatter the Weak out of Beely. Otherwise, you would have been able to stun up Marder as well, and that would have likely cut off any backline access onto Artorias that Paragon could have hoped to have gotten.
I think at that point you're just looking for the Scatter of the Week, because Beely has been so quiet through the early stages of this game, got tower dove once or twice, and then now is finally being able to play those mid-game team fights. So I appreciate the fact that even the shotgun Scatter of the Week made damage work, and starting to see that build up in there as well. So just as much we're talking about Paragon, maybe the composition isn't really coming together, or at least they're not playing their composition as they would hope. 5IQ are actually doing quite a good job. They're building up a little bit extra suspense. They're leaving Kirby on their own and allowing Kirby to do split pusher things, not with that body blocking for free. He was actually going to miss, so Scrumble is going to get out to safety. Mr. Tickle is going to try and chase, though, and it will be an ult in and out. No chance at that kill anymore, as Mata was running interference.
Still, it was going to be the flash coming out of Scrumble. That could be pretty critical going on forwards, and it buys you a little bit of space to potentially start up this Atakan. Whether or not they want to just complete this one or turn around and go for a fight is pretty up to them. Beely up towards the top side of the map right now, does have the teleport available if he wants to rejoin. He is indeed going to teleport in.
Man, he's going to teleport, but is it a little bit too late? Because Mr. Tickle's about down. You're barely able to stay alive, but now you fall. Scatterly catches 3, but Kirby comes right back into the mix. It is going to be a backside access, though, as that's a huge damage source. Bernie having to step away. Scrumble walks right into enemy's side, but it doesn't matter because it's a split action.
No.
Another Scatter of the Week, though, keeping Artorias alive, which means the free fire is good. Beely is going to go down, but the main carry is alive, and that's an ace for 2 for 5 IQ.
PRG, they index way too hard into killing Mr. Tickle, and yes, they managed to get the kill. Yes, they get that shot down. But unfortunately, he is not the main carry in this game. Artorias is putting the team on his back right now, and he's just free hitting for the majority of that fight. Beely too, just allowed to have way too much freedom in and amongst that one. And it's going to go wrong right here for Paragon. Have a look back into this one. Mr. Tickle, he steps up just a little bit too far forward and gets insta-jumped. But look at what they end up using to try to kill him. That's a Volibear ulti, that's an Aurora ulti. Right, you've also popped Marder's ult as well. And so now, you don't have any of these big tools to jump into the backline, and Artorias is just chilling. You know, flapping over the wall, picking himself up kills left, right, and center. And again, watch right here. You see something critical? Are you noticing at home what's happening here from Artorias? What he's not doing right now is executing people. This isn't even a Smolder at stacks, and it's ripping people's heads off. This is a bad sign right here for Paragon.
Here's the deal. A Smolder will always rip your head off if no one's hitting the Smolder. I'm so sorry to say
He's just sat there by himself.
He was! He never dropped below 75% HP. I am so sorry. I understand what Anomaly was doing, but like, you ran right by a Smolder. So at the end of the day, though, you got the kill, you got what you could, and now you're chunking for a little bit more. Kirby is about to get jumped on here. Zig is trying to slow them all down, and it is going to work. A quick slam on the backside. Mr. Tickle, though, saying, hey, Mata, you're about to be in for a world of hurt, but Mata's staying alive.
Altorius hits stacks.
There's going to be an extra chance to follow up behind, though, as the speed to get away is good for Paragon's side.
It's just the mom coming on through and dealing that extra little bit of damage on the back end of that fight, sending the Paragon members sprawling away. But still, like you said, it is going to be that pick right here for Paragon, exactly what they need to do. And this is the way they're going to have to play out this composition, right? Yes, it's a straight-up sprint at you comp, but you've got to choose your moments very carefully, because actually having the backline access onto Artorias or Beely is going to be very tricky. But Kirby, he's a much easier target. Interesting teleport in right here, considering that the Drake is dead, and they're just going to walk away.
That wasn't just a singular TP. That was a double TP. Anomaly even TP towards the mid lane, but Anomaly's made a little bit more, or not Anomalies. I'm not talking about that. Anomaly doesn't have TP. That would be an anomaly in itself. No, Zig was the one TPing towards that mid lane, and because of that, you get a good collapse. Tickle down in the wrong spot. Scout of the Week able to force a little bit of a stall, and Sprumble steps up a little bit too far once again. That means Beely gets the free kill, and that allows Kirby to help clean it up. Zig's in the wrong spot. Mata now caught out, and Anomaly is nowhere to be spotted. 5 IQ making the 200 IQ play and saying, you made a mistake, it's all ours. Mr. Tickle granting Kirby the final triple on top to give the ace again to 5 IQ.
That was a really nice scout of the week to close that fight out. I think we'll jump back into a replay in a second, but this game, it may not be done, right? You've only got short death timers at this point in the game, but it's going to be getting damn close at this point, right? It's been such a strong look from 5IQ, and it's so unfortunate. Paragon, they had a couple of good moments early on, right? You were able to get a couple of kills onto Zig, a couple of kills onto Bernie. I was enjoying the way that Bernie was able to play out this volley bear, but they've just been outmatched. They've been outpaced in the later stages of this game by 5IQ, and part of it is just they don't have that backline access. They don't have any non-committal engage. The engage is that a bear and a demon sprint at your face, but there's no big dashes, there's no big jumps, right? You've got the small dash that Nakelox has, the small jump off of the ulti from a volley bear. None of those are this big dash that you've got. You don't have yourself an Ambessa ulti or a Cassante ulti or just an Ornhorn or even a Solar Flare would have helped in this situation, but unfortunately for Paragon, with no non-committal engage, it's so hard for them to play this one out. Yes, they've had a couple of picks onto Prosphere, but at this point, they can't even complete those kills.
No, because we're just watching this call down, and Artorias goes for the no-look snipe, took 2 lives, and walks away proudly as the team moves towards the Baron.
That's going to be a nice and easy Baron pick up right here for 5IQ. Next Drake going to be spawning in 2 and a bit minutes time, so you don't even need to worry about that one. Kirby is going to get jumped. This may well be another Kirby death. We'll see if he can turn it around though, Zig.
Take him.
Zig!
Take the one. Yes!
Oh, no!
Kirby did it! Kirby did it! And Kirby's going to turn for another one. Here comes Prosphere, who has not had the simplest time. Of course, you're going to watch Kirby go down, but my gosh, was that so good? Because Baron still goes away at 5 IQ, and they can push 2 lanes.
And they can just push through onto these couple of lanes and not really worried about it at this point. Sure, you would be enjoying having Kirby in the bot lane right now, drawing attention, but still the fact that he turns a 3v1 into a kill is going to be nice. PRG, are they going to try their only trick again and sprint at the members of 5IQ? They're going to have to, right? You can't just concede the game and sit in your base, but I would love a second way of playing the game for Paragon here.
Well, you know, as much as they would like, only one trick is currently working, and they're about to pull that trigger here as you were calling. Hey, they only have so many options. This might be the call. You have all 5 alive, but you don't know how much damage you can actually lay out, and because there are no ultimates on the table, you can't even sprint at them. You can leisurely walk in their direction. Mata trying to step up, a great way to disengage, though. Artorias chunked out to about half, but you got some healing in the back line. You're standing inside electricity, though. Artorias running away, and that means Mr. Tickle has to run as well. Quick scout of the week to deny. Mom called down to also deter, so Paragon don't get their chase, but they save the inhibitor.
It's something. It's something. They're able to fight these members off, and that's because Kirby isn't there putting pressure on a side lane or getting involved in the fight. It just gives you that little bit extra. And like you said, there are a couple moments where Artorias was just kind of standing in a lot of the damage. Still, though, he heads back to base, and that's now going to be a 4-item Smolder, well past stacks at this point, of course. And he is just going to be tearing people to shreds. This baby dragon has well and truly grown up.
Yeah, that is over 10 stacks a minute, which, you know, might not sound crazy, but it's a fantastic pacing. By the way, 10, 1, and 7 as well has been on the tear. And you gotta give credit to Prosper as well. Yeah, you know, you didn't have a great early game, but Prosper has really come back into this 0-3 and 19.
Absolutely. He's been able to just be the support that he needed to be. Yeah, it's unfortunate to give over those early kills, but Paragon just not quite able to capitalize on that little bit of extra gold for themselves. And now they find themselves down by a huge amount. Bernie tries for a big turnaround, just gonna have to ult over the pillar, and yeah, that one was very unlikely to work, but you've got to try find angles, right? We said it wasn't working to sprint them from the front. Maybe you sprint them from the side?
Well, the problem is I think you were actually hoping for the rest of the team, because I think Birdie was actually more willing to sacrifice their life for that engagement. You saw him jump in, go for it, and then realize the rest of the team was not in the position, so they had to back away. You don't want to burn your ult in that fashion. You want to be able to bring that Call of the Thunder God into the mix, and now you're just caught out. There is no safety. 5 IQ say, hey, we found more brain cells, and that's in Paragon gifting it to them. In goes Zig as they cannot zag. Scatter the weak. Shotgun blast catches 2. Chomp taken out of Anomaly, and they are brought to recognition as Sprumble stumbles their way out. It will be the inhibitor going down yet again, and 5 IQ more than willing to take this game, push themselves to 2-1, and give Paragon their 3rd consecutive loss.
0-3 start right here for Paragon. It hasn't been the start that Glopcat and Paragon would have wanted from their holy union, and it's unfortunate to see. Really would have been nice if Paragon could have capitalized on their early advantages, but we highlighted it. The desk highlighted it. I think everybody at home probably could see it too. Paragon had a single trick, and it was run at your opponents. And when your opponents have got a Nami wave, and they've got themselves the Scatter the Weak, and then you're also sprinting into melee range of a Darius and a Trundle, what happened was very likely to happen. I think there were moments where I had a little bit of faith that maybe Paragon were going to be able to pick themselves up at least an even mid to late game, but unfortunately they just weren't able to push the pace of the game forwards in the ways that they needed to. They were losing out to Curly early on, but they weren't even getting a lot of pressure down onto the bottom lane, and just allowed this Smolder to get so huge that they had literally no hope of getting back into that game.
Yeah, this game was as rough for Paragon as it is like my hairstyle right now. We don't talk about it, but it was rough for Paragon. And I do agree that they only had one style, but at the same time, they did attempt to play into it. I do respect teams that actively have a singular goal, even if it's only one direction in there, and they don't stray from it in draft. For Paragon, I gotta ask you, Bloxer, before we send it, I believe, to a break to get onto the desk to review what happened here. What do you hope Paragon can do in the future to really kind of get themselves back in motion? Because they only have about 6 or 7 games left.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were saying, right? They've only got 9 games, and you've already played 3 of them at this point. 6 more to go. I think they just need to find a style and stick to it, right? It feels like they're trying to play through every single one of their lanes right now, and they just haven't found that place to potentially be able to play. I think Bernie's been their best look so far, so giving him a little bit of extra priority, some winning lanes to try to play around, some aggressive lanes to try to play around here. It's been a little bit weak from them overall in that they haven't found any one place to try to play. It's tough though, right? They've not got themselves an easy couple of games coming up either, and so for Paragon right here, it's rough. Hopefully they can pick themselves up a win somewhere. I mean, hey, UKL teams, they always love to throw something away.
Yeah, you never know. And hey, listen, if you find a crack in the armor, go ahead and take it away. But right now, we're going to pass it back to the desk as we go ahead and break down what happened in this game and, you know, check out a little bit more. Desk, take it away.
Whoa, that stinger was slightly longer than I anticipated to be. Thank you very much, casters. It was a very entertaining game for us. The Paragon fans going home disappointed once again, 0-3 as it is. But I think the main story of this game was 5IQ, the winners, Torok. A lot of players that some may call them wash, some may say that they need to prove themselves again. This was a pretty nice game from those lads.
Yeah, it was. Like, after we got, a bit of the grease off, we were about 3 minutes in, Prosper was level 2, and he'd kind of run around the river a bit. We suddenly discovered what League of Legends was again, because it's a bit of an ancient relic, these guys, let's be honest. And as soon as they managed to sort of delve into that, breadth of knowledge we know they have, suddenly the game started looking really good for them.
Yeah, and Melee, we did see some early attempts from Paragon, Blocks was talking about Bernie getting up in their faces, but we did see this game sort of slowly fall away from them. What do you think was really the leading cause of that? Why was it that 5IQ, once the game started to drag on a little bit, started to gain a little bit more dominance?
Well, I think, first of all, 5IQ had the better scaling draft, right? So that was clear in the beginning. We mentioned it when we saw Smolder. We were like, okay, late game is going to be hard to play into. And I feel like Paragon just forced it a little too hard, too soon, considering that their picks are not in the greatest position when it comes to not having enough items. I think a Sivir is actually fine, but you need to give her time to actually build up something to work with, which was not the case. And of course, Artorias absolutely ran away with this game later on, as we saw on the Smolder. Look at this. The stats are a very one-sided thing in this scenario. So I think for Paragon, it was really just a bit too much too soon. They could have given themselves a little more time, but in the end, there was really not anything they could have done to prevent this from happening, I think.
Yeah, it was a pretty dominant game, all things said, from 5IQ. And we were having a little bit of a debate in the green room about which player of 5IQ was the most standout. There were some people calling for Artorias, and others were saying that Mr. Tickle was really getting the job done. So I guess I'll open it up. We'll start with you, Torok. Who do you think was the key player for 5IQ in this game, and why were they so important in the win?
So I was one of the contrarians supporting Mr. Tickle himself, because as much as everyone likes the big shiny Smolder do lots of damage, which Artorias was doing, let's not take it away from the man. He did a lot of damage. Actually, Mr. Tickle had a really good game, and sometimes you got to look at who's actually setting up and doing a lot of the work in this game. I felt he was in the right place at the right time, virtually the entire match. Of course, as with anything, Smolder's a lovely champion. He does a lot of damage, but I'm Mr. Tickle enjoyer.
Yeah, no, and Melee, I guess this is play-by-play to play-by-play kind of here.
Yeah.
Torok's going, we don't care about big damage numbers, but I think we should care about big damage numbers.
I just really like Smolder, so I'm I'm also an ADC main, so what do you want me to say in this scenario?
Yeah.
Of course I gotta give it to Artorias, even though I have to say, if we ignore the first 3 minutes that Prosper had in this game, we could also say that Nami ended up working out pretty well if we just ignore the first few moments and just throw them away. So overall, I think they did have a really, really good team showing. I think they worked very well together and they were dominant across the entire map. And there is really not necessarily that one standout player. So I'm going to give that to you. But if I had to choose, it is Artorias.
Everyone played well. Isn't that a nice sentiment to come away with? And I think potentially a little bit of solace for Paragon is that it wasn't just one lane completely getting blown open. They were contesting, competing. They were consistently losing, but everyone was coming together and pushing in the same direction, which when you are a team that is starting off and having a bit of a struggle, I think that sort of cohesiveness is a nice thing to have. We are going to be throwing to a short break, but please don't go anywhere, and I'm saying that very sincerely. We've got more gaming coming up after this. League of Legends featuring 2 more teams. We'll see you in a few. Please, can we? Yeah, thank you.
different moments. It's hard to say what's going on. But
Yeah.
for us, it's kind of like a research moment. Okay, these are two teams we don't know too much about. Let's see them go head to head and see if more becomes apparent for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially because we haven't seen Bulldog Academy on this specific channel. So both of their other 2 games were on their respective channels. So it's kind of, yeah, for us, the first time having them on the main broadcast again. And I think they are still a little bit more as the underdog coming in here, even though I gotta say, Gucci, as much as it's of course cool that they come in with the 2-0, it's also a little bit of a question mark for me, because I feel like there is still so much room for them to improve, and I think this has the potential to be just as messy as the last game we saw, maybe even messier. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Well, yeah, and I think you need to consider strength of schedule in situations like this, especially this early on in the split. Gucci have beaten 5IQ and Paragon. Now, you can argue about like the validity of that win over 5IQ, because they seem to be a team that are very much finding their level, but we are expecting Paragon to be one of those lower tier sides, whereas Bulldog Academy, they've beaten the Brods, who have looked damn good on their day, and then they've lost to Belfast Storm, who are also one of the high flyers. So, Mile, I think your point about this being a potentially sort of quite divisive matchup is very, very valid here.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's really going to be maybe a first time showing how good they can really actually be competing against each other, because I think on paper they could be in the same region if we look at a table situation. So it could be an interesting head-to-head to just figure out who is better as of right now, and then of course also see if there has been development going through the past few match days.
Yeah, and I think I'm really gonna push your knowledge here, Torok. Because we've got a player here on the Gucci side, which I don't know if you work with them. I don't know if you've been like in this part of UK esports when they were playing, but Kurosh in the mid lane for Gucci. I know it's a name that quite a few people have had some thoughts on, and you are nodding your head as well, bro.
I'm well aware of this individual, and let me tell you something. His Zed, not bad.
Yeah,
Zed, not bad. His Rise, not bad. You know, he's a player who I think actually has some very high highs. He's probably one of those people who's better in competitive than he is in solo queue, which is kind of a rare occurrence. But he's one of those who he goes into a little bit of a different mode. I've really never worked with him, so I can't claim any personal knowledge. But what I can say is from the fact we've had such a drought of UK mid lane talent for about ever.
Yeah.
Simply that is the case. Whenever you see someone like actually playing to like some kind of level, you go have a little look, and he was all right. He wasn't bad. He wasn't good. He was just like, okay, yeah, it's fine. So it kind of makes sense he ended up in UKL. So let's get this started.
Oh, okay.
a lot of draft has already occurred.
I already see some target bans as well. I was just looking it back up and I was like, ooh, will we actually get to see some of the spicier picks? Like, will we get the Talon pick? But we're not going to get it. It's not going to happen. Instead, we're getting 2 junglers. 2 of the stronger junglers in the current meta, I would say. So therefore, it's not really necessarily surprising. This would be a huge surprise, though.
I don't even know. I assume she's enabled.
I mean, she has to be enabled if you're... Is she enabled?
Yeah, well, you wouldn't be hovering her if she wasn't enabled. Surely. We'll get on to
maybe
League
it
Ops.
would, just for...
Maybe there's something that we know about that. But yeah, the first 3 picks that we're seeing here, I think fairly standard, fairly jack of all trades champions that can operate in multiple different scenarios. So the further stage of this draft is going to be a little bit more indicative, Turok, potentially, of where these teams are actually going to be going in their identities.
Yeah, and very standard, which is quite interesting because the bans are so non-standard, right? You kind of have it's like they've tried to remove everything that could be different, and they've brought what we know is tried and true. So very very happy to see it. I think Sivir's in is a fine route to go. It might be Sivir Lulu if they're really sort of following the competitive vibes, because at least if they go Nautilus on the side of Bulldog Academy, it's kind of negated by the Sivir shield, and then they've got loads of great setup for Xin. It's good into Wukong, but we'll see. They can still go in other directions as well, but both teams starting off nice and standard for now.
Yeah, next pick not going to be the Lulu. Instead, different direction with the Rel. So offering a bit of a partner to that Xin Zhao melee to go in and get the fight started.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a good choice. Again, Rel, one of the strongest support picks in the game for a long time now, so I'm not surprised. Of course, if we look at Chompy, the first pick that comes to mind is the Taric, but that has, of course, been banned. I think if some player has 300 plus games on the champion, I would ban it too. So I think Rel is a good choice. Hasn't played it quite as often, but still should be more routine on that. And on the other side, we get the Alistar. I think this is still very much meta draft, very unlike UKEL where you usually get the spice. This is something that I could copy paste in almost every single ERL and it wouldn't look any weird. So let's see if it stays that way as we of course get the next few bans coming through. Another few target bans, I would say, with the Jax being banned versus Harikari. Not a big surprise there. So yeah, definitely going to be interesting how they want to round it out in the second rotation here.
Yeah, then obviously the ban on the Silas as well from Bulldog Academy once you pick the Alistar. I mean, he would have had some good ultimates to steal regardless of that pick, but giving over the Unbreakable Will to a high damage mid laner is a very, very scary thing to do. Interestingly, the Shen banned away as well, so targeting some of that early aggression in top lane and then the ability to affect the rest of the map, whereas Gucci taking away another one of Harikari's split pushes. So Bulldog Academy needing to pick up something here. I'd say they're probably just going to lock in a safe mid laner and ensure that Harikari is able to get that top lane counter pick.
Yeah, it could definitely go that way. It really depends what they prioritize at the end of the day. It looks like they are going to be following that logic middle cut, so very nicely called from yourself there. But, one thing I want to say actually, and this might not be immediately apparent, even though the two drafts are very standard in like quotation marks, Bulldog Academy actually have a huge advantage right now. It's insane. Like, even if it might look like you're just looking at three champs and they've kind of like mirrored, it literally sits around like 80-20 in favor of Bulldog by the nature of like matchups and how the rest of the maps should work out if it's played well. So it's going to take quite a big 4-5 from Gucci here to turn it around. And Ornn does help with that, but then the question is what is their matchup into the Nico, because this really needs to be a threat outside of the Sivir. The Sivir should actually have a very difficult game if played well by Bulldog. So I'm hoping that CERN can reach very deep into his counter pick sort of pocket and show us something quite interesting. Syndra's fine into Alistar and Wukong. There's some nice interactions with the dashes. He can also get a lot of stacks in lane since he outranges Nico, push her away with ult. So I'd say overall, very good pick. But maybe I could have hoped for something with even more of like a counter-pick threat to really make the game safer for Gucci.
Well, if I look at it, I can see that Harikari has played a little bit of Mundo lately. So that is something I could think about. Ooh, but it's going to be the Cho'Gath. That's interesting. I'm not a top lane main, but I know that Cho'Gath can be pretty disgusting if you give him a good, opportunity to scale and make it somewhere within the game. On the other side, I think Loopy should be safe one way or another. Ornn is one of those safety picks, one of those blind picks you can't really go wrong with. He will have his impact later on in team fights when he can call the call of the Forge Guard. That's going to be very nice. They have a lot of engage. But I think Bulldog Academy have the more interesting tools. They have the better tools to maybe even reach the backline a little easier with the Nico going in, using the Pop Blossom, and then the rest of the team being able to follow up. I think I prefer the Bulldog draft, actually.
See, it's interesting because obviously I said they came out the first three with a huge lead. They kind of tossed it on the 4-5, I'm going to be honest. They still have the advantages. The fact that Varus, Alistar, Wukong is such a good 3v3 versus what Gucci have picked is something they can definitely build from. But I think Ornn and Syndra, a really strong 4-5 for Gucci, have rounded out their comp nicely. And I don't think Nico or Cho'Gath are that great. So it kind of leaves us with a nice 50-50 if both teams play well.
Intriguing. I will say, Gucci, it feels like their composition is very stable and consistent. I think those are the main words that this is giving me. Ornn is always going to be able to do the same thing. Sivir can always interact with the same way. Yes, there's a little bit of threat on her, but you're kind of just looking at that Wukong and then Nico having to be super sneaky to actually get on top of her. And we know how much damage those ricochets can do. But I think separate from the draws, if we just think about both of these teams, Bulldog Academy, surprising in how well they've done, in the fact that they're not 0-2, and I think Gucci surprising a little bit in how well they've done that they are 2-0. So taking that into account, the way that these teams have started, and we'll start off with you, Mille. Do you feel like there is one team that is going to be very happy going into this game with what they've got for themselves, or do you think both teams are on a fairly similar level?
I think in my head, they are on a similar level. However, Gucci, of course, coming in with a bit of a better momentum. And I do think that it matters. I think it matters a lot for your mental state, you know? And I think their draft is extremely solid. They can't necessarily do a lot of things wrong. So I think they come in here feeling very comfortable, feeling very confident, and that could possibly give them a little bit of an edge. But Bulldog Academy, on the other side, for me, is just very unpredictable, and their draft does not necessarily make it easier to predict. It's really up to execution and if they can make it work. But I may be leaning towards Gucci just if I look at it overall.
And Torek, is there a place where we should be keeping our attention in the first 5 minutes of the game where you think there's potential for action to happen or for a lead to be generated by one of these teams?
First 5 minutes, be looking bot lane.
Yeah. It's wonderful stuff. We are still waiting, unfortunately, to get into game. So, Torek, I'd appreciate if you could sort of answer my last question, but maybe make your answer a little bit longer. Is that something that you'd be able to do? No. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, no, great, really great from yourself. Didn't you used to coach Giant XL? What happened to that?
Oh, well, we won the Iberian Cup. It went very well.
Yeah, excellent. What are you doing now?
Winning Czech League, hopefully. That's the plan.
Nice, good stuff.
Anyway, to answer your question with a bit more depth, though, because we obviously do have time to use it. I'm sorry for putting you through the paces.
No. Sorry, Torek. We're actually out of time.
Oh, well, never mind.
Oh, yeah, so your procrastination has ruined the show, right? Orbital, Black Bloxer, please take me away from this man. I can't deal with him anymore.
Freedom.
I hope to have the confidence of someone saying, top lane, that's it, no other explanation.
No.
Like, that is
No more words.
the most stand on my own beliefs that I've ever seen. So, huge respect going into this. But Gucci and Bulldog Academy, both of them do have a little something to prove. Gucci obviously coming into this 2-0, and Bulldog Academy, for their own, maybe having a few struggles, maybe having some hiccups here and there, and sometimes maybe giving themselves a handicap, even in draft.
Yeah, I mean, what we were talking about a little bit behind the scenes was I was looking at what the bans were from here, Bulldog, and they banned away the Urgot. I'm like, nah, don't ban away the Urgot from Loopy. Let him pick it. Every time he picks that Urgot, it looks bad. 1 in 6 games is sometimes okay, but most of the games, they're not. I would have liked to see that one go straight through. Obviously, the drafts that we do have are very interesting between these two teams. I think, as Mille highlighted exactly, Gucci is a very standard draft for themselves. It's the way that they like to play. You can feel the influence of their coach in that, you know, it's chilling. You're not really too worried about any specific part. You've got a decent curve of scaling throughout the game, and you've got that late game insurance through those ornaments coming through. That's going to be really nice for them getting into the late game. For Bulldog, yeah, it's an odd composition now, isn't it?
It is, but I honestly kind of like it. They have some engaged tools, and you already know Gucci is going to be running at you. Specifically for me, Pivotal is on this Wukong going to be looking for a little bit of early mid-game control in there, and you're hoping to have a little bit more engagement in there.
Yeah.
With the Wukong, I really want to see that access into the mid and the bot side, start getting that jump in and start pushing that Nico ahead. Start pushing that Varus ahead, because if you don't, the late game power of a Sivir, the late game power of the Ornn, like you were talking about, the ornaments are going to be rolling them over. So in many ways, I do agree. The combination that Bulldog Academy have actually come up with looks weird on paper, but if you're going for the all purple, you only miss a Syndra or another jungle champion. So, you know, hey, go for it as you wish, and hey, here's hoping for a victory,
stole it from
considering
them.
you're 1-1.
How rude taking the Syndra away and stealing away that all purple composition for them. Yeah, I mean, I do like a lot of these different parts right here for Bulldog. The Nico I'm a little bit suspicious of right here. I'm a big fan of the Nico in support, especially when you pair it up alongside something very aggressive. Anytime I see a nice little bit of Nico alongside a Kai'Sa, let's say, or even Nico Draven that we get occasionally, Nico alongside the Kalista too, that's where I'm looking when I want the Nico on my screen. When it comes to Nico mid lane, it's a little bit less fun in that it's way more obvious when it walks out of lane. You are way more looking for these minions. Hey, there's 7 minions walking into my lane right here. I don't think that's right. You know, I don't think that control ward ganking me is really a control ward. I think it makes it a little bit harder to play out the Nico, and specifically into the Syndra. That's not a particularly easy lane to just find a big advantage for yourself in. Still though, Pop Blossom I think is the single best ability in the entire game, and if you can land a massive one onto 4 or 5 people in the midst of a big team fight, then that's your way to win this as Bulldog.
I mean, we also saw how in the previous game, some people are just a little bit oblivious to their, you know, the current map state. And so you can get away with just about anything, so it makes it even more potent if you catch your opponent off guard. So I gotta agree, for Faulty, you are looking to get that advantage, but either way, both teams are looking for advantages in their own way. Good Chi currently chasing the backside of Rise Gaming, hoping to match them at a 3-0 pace. On the flip, of course, we're talking about Bulldog Academy, who are sitting at that 1-1 pacing, hoping to join Belfast Storm and Broad and Friends in the 2-1 tax bracket.
Indeed, and Good Chi, despite the fact that they are 2-0 and currently sat atop our standings, they've made all of their games look way, way harder than they had any right to look. You know, these have not been clean games out of Good Chi. There's been clean moments. There was a really fun moment for them in their second game up against Paragon, where it's a small thing, but you see a couple people arrive in mid lane, help to push out the lane, and then go and play around an objective. And it's small stuff like that, but hey, at this level, sometimes that's all you need to be able to find yourself those advantages. And then in other moments, I have absolutely no clue what they're doing. They've just managed to lose out in random situations. I think game 1, specifically when Loopy was on the Urgot, that was a big problem for them. They weren't able to get ahead. He looked much, much better when he was on a bit more of a standard Cassante, and I think the Ornn fits into his wheelhouse very well. Now, as Torok so helpfully pointed out for us, we need to look bottom lane during the early stages of this game. And so far, you can see Maru just going to be able to step up, and he's been one of the key carries here for Good Chi. When you're thinking about who's been able to really pop off, it's been Korosh, it's been Maru. Obviously, we don't have Korosh in this game, it's Soren J filling in right now, but Maru, he can still be a big carry for them with the Sivir that we've been seeing quite a lot today, really.
Yeah, it's been in there, but honestly, I would say I would rather have this composition with a Sivir over the one that we saw before. Now, granted, top bot, it's all over the place. I don't know my directions for sure, but I do agree bot side is where we're currently looking at, and keeping eyes if Maro is going to get a little bit ahead, if we get to see Fading Echoes start to roam out, which we know Rels love to do, and DDD on that Varus, as we mentioned, might be looking to get a little bit spicy. We know Varus can really pack a punch, but it's on Kachi's back head. Meanwhile, both junglers are also rotating into that bottom side, but there's going to be the headbutt pulverize on too. So Kachi is trying to step up, but all of a sudden, that beef is starting to get chewed up here more ways than one, and you can't flash away, so it's first blood tomorrow.
Yikes. Yes! Alistair is technically slightly more of a champion at level 2 than he is at level 1, but unfortunately you just don't win that right here. You'd think so, right? The Varus should be a lot stronger in the early stages than the Sivir, but you know your opponents have Ignite in this situation, and Mara's still going to be able to deal plenty of damage right there, just sits and hits. And this is the thing with these very heavy engaged supports in these matchups. You want to be the second person to engage in a lot of these fights. If you're ever the first person to engage, your CC just runs out quicker, and unless you're able to burst through people, which at this point in the game, 3 minutes in, you're never going to be able to do, it just allows Chompy to get that little bit of extra CC back down onto you, and the kill ends up going over, and that's exactly what you would like to see for Good Chi in this early game. Maru already stepping out to a lead, key carry for them, getting the early advantage.
And not just that, not going for the pure scaling side. We take a look at the inventory, already picked up a pickaxe, not going for that coal like we saw previously. So already saying we're looking for that early damage. We're looking for the
way more aggressive now.
Those boomerangs.
I can't believe I'm not seeing a cull. That actually has really surprised me. Yeah, I mean, it makes way more sense right here. The DDD just goes and picks it up, but I mean, respect, right? If you want to accelerate the pace of this game a little bit, then this is certainly going to be one way to do it. You see, a little bit of aggression going on into the mid lane. Soren J just going to have to step back. And we talked about it a little bit, right? Korosh has been a massive player for this team. He's played 2 games of the Orianna, and honestly, he was just wrecking kids. He had some massive shockwaves in the previous games that were picking them up wins versus 5IQ and Paragon. So without him, it's going to be really interesting to see what Soren can actually do to potentially find his own big plays. I really like him on the Syndra. I think it's one of the better champions we can see from him. And it gives you, again, that little bit of extra late game scaling once you get those splinter stacks available to you. That's the point at which DDD and Faulty, they got to be so careful when stepping up.
Can't be in range when all of a sudden that unleashed power gives you the true hashtag skilled moment. And just kind of hate life at that point. So Soren J going ahead and
Yeah.
recalling here, sitting at about 34, so should be able to go back, pick up, and finish that lost chapter, and happily start building into whatever you really wish it to be. I know we've seen the Blackfire Torch most of the time, but you know, it can always change out to something else. Meanwhile, Fading Echoes and Maro sitting literally on top of a ward. DDD and Kachi are like, heh, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. Who knows what's gonna happen? Minion into the jungle, though. I love this. Halsey's like, you ain't catching anyone, or
Wait,
maybe
it
you
works!
are. No way!
No!
Again, map awareness is a whole different thing. No chase out of Pivel, though, so Qualsey is able to keep their life. That was weird. Kachi now into an awkward spot here as Pivel's taking a little bit of rotate down. I don't want to stop talking just yet in case Pivel gets off a very nice fight here. Fading Echoes as well as Maro both have a flash available, but Headbutt Pulverize is going to keep Maro trapped in an essence. Good spell shield to knock out the E, so no big deal, but that's going to be another Q in the mid lane as they're watching dance all the way around. Wide Fading Echoes right back in the middle as DDD is looking for a final catch, but no. Flash away to safety, but Maro can't help out, so DDD gets to live. Qualsey isn't there in time. That's a fast sword from Pivel, as right now Bulldog's Academy are running rampant in the mid, maybe not so much, but bot lane is pretty much theirs.
There we go, there we go. Bulldog Academy, I really like the way that they're able to just fight their way through that one. Questionable decisions out of Good Chi, though. They were getting a little bit too aggressive, trying to step up, trying to push their advantage a little bit more than you really can afford to. Yes, you're in a decently strong spot, especially when you've gone for something that isn't the cull, you've gone towards the pickaxe being a little bit more aggressive, but you can't step up here. You're in a 2v3. We'd cut to the mid lane, correctly so, because there was almost a solo kill there, but then we cut back to the bot lane, and all of a sudden, why is Chompy in the middle of the fight? Like, the Rel teleported into their backlane, apparently. I'm not entirely sure what ended up happening. Obviously, we have jumped into a quick pause. We'll get you information on what this is about as quickly as we have it. We needed a pause. We needed a breather after whatever that was.
That was the observer testing my limits of knowing what's happening around the map. I think that's really what it was. But
yeah,
as we just saw, Good Chi are really pushing the limits there. And we talked about the fact that we saw the rail in the middle. I give credit. You're aiming for a kill on DDD. I get that you see the low HP, you're going to aim for it. And if Maro had a little bit more HP, I do wonder if that was going to be a turnaround in the 2v3 position. And Maro was a little bit healthier. Hey, that could have been something. But at the end of the day, we give credit where credit is due. Bulldog Academy are willing to step to the plate. And this is what we are talking about. A lot of people are saying, hey, this squad looks rough. We don't know if these are going to be improvements at the end of the day. We can hope. Don't get me wrong, they already look better, they already have a victory, but this solidifies to me that Bulldog Academy are saying, we are going to continue to step to whoever challenges us, and we are going to take those risks at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and you really need to. It's already a one split for them, because they were able to pick up that one win that they were unable to grab. It's so funny, the fact that they were literally able to pick up the last two available wins that would see them stay in Division 1. Good job, Jolly. You managed to pull it out of the hat at the last minute. And it is nice to see Bulldog, obviously one of these organisations that have really been on the up and up. The NLC team, of course, doing pretty well for itself too. And here, it was sad to see that they just weren't able to get things going before. So the fact they were able to grab that victory, versus team nobody was expecting either, right? Brod and Friends would have gone into that matchup feeling pretty happy about the way that they were going to be able to smack Bulldog around, right? Brod had it on their own stream, of course. It was our off-stream game, and then, oh boy, it did not look great for them. And Brod, they've got their own issues right now, but Bulldog, they've been showing up. They've been showing us a couple of nice moments, and so far in this game, they're not falling too far behind. They punish onto a couple of different players and find themselves a couple of moments. We should be jumping back into the game. There we go. Obviously, we're just 6.5 minutes in, so any leads that you get for yourself right now are pretty small. You can see it's a small gold lead for Bulldog.
And I think that is going to continue onwards a little bit more. It's going to be very, very close considering what we're seeing in some of the other lanes. We've been talking so much about this bottom lane, but we have to give a lot of respect over to Soren J, who, as we saw earlier, quite almost deleted Faulty. I believe only like an auto away or something like that. So we know Soren J is going to continue that lead in there. The ones that we haven't talked about specifically, I believe, are Loopy and Harikara in the top side. These two are the tanks. They are matching pace with each other, 51 and 54 CS, so they are stacking up neatly. But that's why we're going to see this gold lead stay very, very close. This top side isn't going to be moving at all. They're going to keep... I don't think anyone's going to kill each other up there, so it really is on
Hey,
Soren
Ornn
J
sometimes turns into an assassin, right? Like... We've all seen Ornn just get a kill out of nowhere.
Stop saying that. I don't want the copy pasta anywhere near my face at the end of the day.
Hey, it's only true, right? It is only true. Still, you are correct. I would be very surprised if we do end up seeing some kind of big kill going down. But we're actually just going to walk up into this bottom lane, establish a little bit of lane control here. Very likely going to be heading straight on towards the Drake. And because you've now got Qualzy heading up towards the top side of the map, it's at least going to be a delay until he can get down here to potentially contest around this objective. I think because we're seeing this first Drake taken quite late on, you can just head up towards these grubs. And yeah, that's indeed what Qualzy is going to do. Just going to trade this one for one back and forth, and that's going to be pretty impactful when it comes to those feats of strength. And I also just like you being able to pick yourself up these grubs right here, because the push potential that you have is already pretty strong. Hang on. Oh, good flash.
Soren J making sure to stay out of harm's way, but trying to keep them in pace around themselves just long enough. But Harikari is about to run that interference. Very nice.
Yo, the fancy
step
feet.
away from the knockup, but in comes Ornhorn, but it's denied! And that's going to lead into a double knockup with the ultimate faulty denying, and that leads to 3 total to Bulldogs Academy. Loopy charging directly underneath the tower.
Yo,
Kachi saying, hey, we
not
keep
again.
flying, but all of a sudden that's too far. Loopy brings it for a loop, so it is a 1-for-1. And guess who's coming around the side? Echoes brings the Echoes of Death, as that's another 1-for-1, leading to an overall 2-for-2. Guess what? Morrow with the rotate finds Salty in the wrong spot, allowing Soren J to pick up the double.
And it's just over-aggression right there out of Bulldog. They have themselves that one fight, but all of a sudden, Kakashi, he sees blood. He sees blood in the water. He just goes a little bit too far underneath the top lane tower and ends up drawing his teammates into an extended fight that they simply can't win. And it's important to look at where these kills end up going. Faulty picks himself up a kill. Bivol also ends up picking up a kill, but that's now going to be 2 right here onto Soren J, and you've obviously already got that kill onto Maru, and it just means once again some of these key carries for Gucci are getting themselves the advantages.
It's only so much that you can do, right? At the end of the day, these two teams are fighting to the bitter end so early on in this game that I'm also wondering exactly how these matchups are going to work around the upcoming Dragon in about 3 minutes, because they're going to get a little bit of gold, but at the same time look to flush out some of these opponents, as we can already see Qualzy sitting around where Loopy is before Harikari gets down here. So it's you know, it's testing the waters on either end. Quality actually running over to that scuttle, and Loopy's right back into it. Loopy's like, please give me the farm, please give me this farm right now. Knock up on Kakashi. Kakashi now has to step away as hitting Echoes Amaro joining in on the spot side.
I'll let plenty of people down towards this bottom side of the map. Interesting, considering we've got 3 minutes until any objectives spawns down here whatsoever, but just looking, hunting for a little bit of extra aggression. We're not quite at the point at which any of these first items have been completed, and to be honest, with the compositions right here, I think you're going to be more than happy with the way that this early game has gone for both of these squads, right? But I think you want to get a little bit of extra pace going for Pivotal. I think anytime you've got yourself this Wukong, falling behind, really, really rough. You've got a decent engage, of course, with the ulti, but you need to have enough effective health and enough healing coming through to be able to survive in the backline. Otherwise, you just jump in and instantly get taken out.
We want to be able to have that double Cyclone available and the extra proc on it as well. So as you called, trying to keep pace. Already 2-1 and 2 though, so give Pivotal a little bit more credit in there, which is what we will do. He is trying to set pace to Qualzy, but as you called, gotta be a little bit faster than that, a little bit more. Soren J though building up their own CS levels here. Wave, 2 waves in, and also spotted out. Yeah, Faulty's like, okay, that ain't gonna work right there. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Hey, I respect the attempt right there, but no, you are right to point out the CS gaps that we've got forming right here. 20 CS between DDD and Maru at the moment. That's going to result in him having that Bork completed. Hasn't even fully stacked that Cull either. So the early move towards a little bit more aggression in the bottom lane hasn't really worked out for Maru right here. DDD now going to be set in a good spot as well. Bit of aggression here onto Kakashi. Now, obviously, Alistar relatively tanky, does have that Unbreakable Will available too. Still gets chunked out to about half HP, is going to have to head back to base. But these are just aggressive plays.
Yeah, these are aggressive, but aggressive for
Faulty.
whose sake right now, is that the pop off right back in, which leads to a death of the mid laners on either side. But Kakashi recognizing that, hey, I can't really stay here, doesn't have the Unbreakable Will after they just used it. So it was able to stay alive thanks to the Will being unshattered, and now a TP right back to the top side. Loopy heading back up there to deny, as Mari is going to go ahead and cut that wave out.
Hey, he's just gonna proxy this one through, and I don't really know where the ulti came from. We saw Loopy used it just before that fight ended up kicking off, so as he ran down, wasn't quite able to be as effective. Still, we've spent a little bit of time in the mid lane. It's a 1-for-1 on the mid laners, as you said, and that does bring us closer to the dragon. It's now going to be 30 seconds until the next dragon spawns. Bulldog can grab their second, be the first for Good Chi if they can pick it up, and the initial pick control is going to go over to Good Chi, but Bulldog, they are stepping up right now. Kakashi trying to buy his team a little bit of extra space. It's hard, though. The poke is pretty strong.
You can see here is Qualzy really getting into the face of it all. Crescent Guard is up, keeping themselves healthy, and that actually means that's a flash out by Kakashi, but Pivel saying maybe we can fight back, but loses half of their HP. Good Chi, rightly so, run most of Bulldog Academy out.
Absolutely, and part of the problem right there is that DDD is just not with you. He sat down in the bottom lane getting a push going. That's decent. It means that you're losing out on a wave worth of CS and XP for Good Chi, but it still means that you're able to get massive chunks of damage onto Bulldog Academy without them really having any hope of getting back into the game. And obviously, we take a pause just before it happens, but the Drake is going to be picked up right here by Good Chi as well, so they're getting themselves into a decent spot during this early game as well. You've got quite a lot of power here with the balked up DDD. He can't afford to not be around his team for these fights.
Yeah, that's where all your gold is currently sitting as well. I mean, Faulty is getting really good ults off, by the way. The 2 ults that we've seen so far, even though they have been defensive, have yielded results, so I'm kind of happy about that one, but I do agree, DDD is your current prime DPS source. Pivel's in there for a little bit of CC, but it's like, that's about it. So Bulldog Academy, they have their outlet rooted for them, or routed, depending if you're looking at that mid-game. For Good Chi themselves, though, they're saying this is great. This early game, I mean, we're talking about how messy some of these games can be for them.
Yeah.
This is one of the smoother global objective take situations that I've seen in quite some time for them.
Absolutely, and this is something that Good Chi have been pretty good at so far. You know, they've been nice about setting themselves up advantages and then turning around and executing on them well. It's something that I know Good Chi have got quite a focus on for themselves at the moment, so it's nice to see it coming to fruition. We've got ourselves a Herald spawning in less than 60 seconds time, so that's going to be another potential place to go try to fight around. And just after that Drake goes down, we see a couple of key recalls coming through. Good Chi now coming out onto the map with all of those first items completed for themselves. It's going to be incredibly important, especially, I'd have to say, that Sundered Sky, right? You really want to have that extra level of survivability and damage available to Qualzy, so it's nice to see that he's been able to pick that one up.
I think it's only going to continue seeing that oomph go up. Qualzy sitting with only 2 more stacks, so you have a 1200 smite here. Well, about 4 camps away, so Qualzy, if this continues, you're going to have a little bit more of an advantage over that next dragon. Now, granted, that's a long ways away. I'm sure Pibble can grab 6 camps in that time frame, but
you hope
it's
so.
rough to see on the UI at the end of the day.
Yeah. Absolutely, and the fact that you're just 1 camp away from really being able to pick up that extra smite onto the Herald could potentially make a difference. Kakashi gonna Hex Flash forwards, isn't really gonna be able to catch anybody out. You can see just multiple times clones coming forwards, clones coming through. So much extra damage trying to be put down by Bulldog, but they just can't quite find their way into these fights. And as much as they do have the priority towards the pit, it doesn't feel like Good Chi are particularly worried about it. They're just establishing themselves some mid lane control and happy to keep stepping up even into these dark brushes.
See if any of this game starts to make its way out of those brushes and into the light of the wards. I think Echo's saying, well, I don't know if there's a ward here, but I might as well stand on top of it. Will be the Herald being taken.
Ooh, TP.
In Maru, though, recognizing that, hey, that TP is no good news. Take a look at where Loopy is as well. There's no way you can really get there. Chain of Corruption is going to miss. DDD forces the rest of the team out. All 5 Bulldog Academy are here, but the amount of time that they're putting in to try and get these kills,
Loopy's here now.
Enough time for Loopy to join on in, and all of a sudden Harakari is on the wrong side of the map. Maru is going to burn that on the hunt. Let's see what else he can get. Scan of the Week not going to be enough, though, as Faulty finds 2. And Bulldog Academy rip through Good Chi, and the bad vibes are starting.
That's really unfortunate for Good Chi. You've managed to stall things out long enough to get Loopy involved, but he arrives, calls the Ornhorn, and isn't actually able to get the second charge, the knock-up through. He gets chased around, I think, by Kakashi, which is really nice from him to be able to just stop that key knock-up from coming through. Have a look back at the way this fight works. My eyes were focused down onto the bottom side, seeing if Loopy could actually get that big ulti off across multiple members. Oh, he missed it! Never mind. He just missed that one, was getting chased around, and whilst that was happening, Pivotal was just able to grab himself another kill. Now sat at 4-1-4 with that Trinity Force completed. This is one strong Wukong. And Bulldog Academy, they've been able to jump themselves out right here to a 4,000 gold lead, pick themselves up the Herald as well. Obviously, they're even in terms of the Drakes, and Bulldog, they're going to be very happy with the way that this early game has played out for them.
More ways than one, right? Harikari sitting at 1-0 and 2 as well. The Heartsteel stacking up very, very neatly. And when your Shogath is allowed to free farm without any real punishment, it works even better. You're starting to get that tankiness feel in there. And I also believe if we were to take a look at the gold, I think Harikari is also a significant gold lead over Luffy. Almost 30 CS in the present box. Has gotten a lot of plates and a lot of gold just from pushing those side lanes down. So not only is DDD up in that gold factor, your tank is as well.
Yes, exactly, and it means that this composition that, hey, we talked about being a little bit odd, is working, right? This is the sort of composition that could just be so annoying to play into. Every time that Pivotal and Faulty create clones of themselves, Gucci is pumping a little bit of their damage into it. It's spreading out where the boomerangs are going as it bounces around from Maru, whether or not Soranjay is actually able to land himself a big Scatter the Weak stun or not. It's really, really annoying to try to play into this double clone composition, and it's making these fights that much harder for Gucci. Bulldog, with their advantage that they've got for themselves right now, are going to get themselves a little bit of mid lane priority and then move down towards this Drake. The Drake going to spawn in 20 seconds time, and it would be the second for whoever can grab it. Every time. Faulty doesn't even care if you spot him.
I know, but it was just a solo minion mid-counter, by the way. Like, that is not even on minion wave counting time, and it was great. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we are seeing the crash down of that Herald. DDD gonna get that extra gold with some help from Pivotal. Dragon is now up, so it's an easy rotation. And Cloud Soul is very, very useful when it's trying to get around to these back.
Absolutely. It's going to be straight over onto the Drake for Bulldog Academy. And that's going to be the beginning of their Drake stacking. Getting yourself a Cloud Soul. With this comp, I'd be pretty happy about that, I'll be honest. And I think it's also good to take it away from someone like Qualsy and from Chompy, who are just going to be sprinting at you with these champions. Instead, take it for yourself, give yourself that little bit of extra backline access for Kakashi, for Pivotal, and for Harikari. And so far, so good for Bulldog. If they can pick up this win, that knocks Gucci away from their undefeated spot. It puts them at the same spot in terms of wins as well, and it would just be a really nice confidence win for Bulldog Academy that are already looking so much better than they did in the previous split.
Mentioned it before, every step forward is a good step to have, and to me, I'm very, very excited to see how much further they can go, but granted, the game's not over yet, so I can't be talking about them too much. The 5k lead is something that is almost indirectly felt, if not seen, by the amount of items. So Gucci probably starting to sweat a little bit and have to recognize that, hey, we gotta start making some moves here. We're not exactly the strongest, and Qualsy sitting at 0-2-0. Even though you have the Thunder Sky, you're getting beat out pretty heavily. Pivotal, almost a full item up now.
Yeah, the fact that he's got himself just this far ahead is going to be kind of miserable to try to play into. Obviously, Jin Zhao has a decent amount of survivability, especially once you've got yourself that Sundered Sky and the Crescent Guard is up and available, but as soon as that goes away, you can just get jumped. And also, there's a couple of champions that are more than happy to sit within that Crescent Guard and aren't going to be having to worry about having all of their damage absorbed and not do anything. Pivotal is going to be one of those key pieces. Also now has that Sunset completed, and with the Trinity Force, is going to be in a position to just rip people's heads off. Still, Bulldog, they're running around, they're trying to get themselves a little bit of extra aggression and maybe find a couple of picks here and there, but they're having a pretty good time of just not over-aggressing, right? They're not throwing their lead away by taking dumb fights around objectives that they just can't afford to play around. I like the restraint that they're showing so far.
All about just biding your time, knowing your breakpoints. At this time, it feels like they're just waiting for that next dragon. You're saying, hey, we got 3 minutes, let's farm up, let's see how much we can get, and we'll work with it. Not only that, it gives time for Luffy to start scaling up as well. You're already sitting at level 12. You're going to be shelling out those ornaments very, very soon. Baron up in about 4 minutes. There's so much to play for, and you really got to get messy with it. You can go ahead and start doing that Otacon, which, surprisingly enough, I'm pretty sure Pivotal's actually on right now.
They're doing it
up there. I think Harikari and Pivotal are actively looking to take this on their own, which if they're able to sneak it away as two at this time of the game, that has to feel amazing.
Especially because Harikari has that Nom up and available, so this could just be another stack on the way to this being one tanky Cho'Gath. It doesn't matter though, there's nobody on that side of the map at all. Everybody is down on the bottom side right now for Good Chi. They're looking to maybe make a dive happen on the bot lane tower, but recognizing that they've got a real weak side here, Bulldog have all backed off, gone and taken resets, got themselves a couple more items into back pockets. That's now Faulty and DDD getting to themselves to that 2-item breakpoint as well. Yes, you lose out onto the bottom lane tower. It's something back for Good Chi, but it goes very little towards making this gold gap up for themselves.
And honestly, if I have to be completely transparent about it, I'll take an Otacon over a single tower any day of the week. I do not care what anyone says.
Yeah.
Like, you want that Otacon. And again,
Absolutely.
normally we see a massive fight. Normally we see a hefty, you know, kill give or anything like that just to get Otacon. No, this was a freebie. This was easy to take, and there were no problems in between. So for Bulldog Academy, now you're also sitting in a position where, hey, we can wait. We can take a lot of time. And I feel like if we're taking a look at this Good Chi side, they're also having that kind of graininess feeling in them. They're saying, okay, we don't like what's happening right now in this game, and we're not really in control of any of the scenarios that are coming forth.
Absolutely. Good Chi, they're going to have to find themselves picks, I think, to really get back into the game, because these straight-up 5v5 teamfights just have not been good for them so far. They haven't been able to get those big Ornhorns off across multiple people, and there's not been a massive Magnet Storm onto multiple people. Soren J trying to steal away his own blue buff. Might at least delay this from being taken away.
Is that the blue buff? That's pretty impressive.
Red.
I didn't know blue buff
Red.
actually walks on his hands now. I only get one of those, man. I only get one of those, and it's. I mean, listen, I called top bot earlier on, and I'm all sorts of mixed up.
Oh,
Quality
got
even
it.
gets mixed up on what's his own buff, as that is going to be Pivotal, I think, taking it away.
I thought Quasi got it. I thought Quasi was able to steal that one away. Maybe
Oh,
he
he
wasn't.
was.
Oh,
He
no.
has
Hang
red
on,
buff.
DDD.
No,
Bye-bye.
DDD is about to lose his red buff, though. That's going to feel a little bit rough. Double TP coming in here. As he does barrier, he's alive for a little bit longer, but it gives time for Harikari to get into the face. Right now, though, Pop Blossom denying Quality from getting away. As your backline is torn asunder, Pivotal destroying some HP bars as they're only going to continue. Right now, it's only the tanks in hand. But Good Cheese say, oh, we got Soren J with a couple stuns, with a couple slows, and with a couple knockbacks. It might not be in our favor. Loopy doing what they can on the Ornhorn. But Bulldog Academy get revenge for their ADC and take 3 names.
It's just going to be one singular kill for Good Chi, and the rest of them get scattered to the 4 corners. Drake going to be the prize as well for Bulldog. That's now going to put them on sole point. Bulldog Academy, they are absolutely in control of this game. They're now going to be up by 6,000 gold. Looking to get a pick here onto Loopy as well. He just charges away. Isn't going to get caught out the Ornn, not particularly fast, but is going to be able to lumber himself to victory. Still though, we're now going to be 25 minutes into the game. Bulldog with the massive advantage, and with the Baron up and available, with the Smite and the Nom available to you because of the Cho'Gath, it's going to be so tricky for Good Chi to be able to find a fight that they win hard enough to be able to contest this objective.
Honestly, I don't even think we've seen a team fight. We have to get credit where credit is due. Bulldog Academy have not allowed Good Chi to have a proactive team fight where all 5 are around. The last time we saw Loopy really use the Ornhorn was at the top side during that runaway where we were watching Soren J get chased. So you're talking about team fights. We haven't even seen that action happen. Right now, though, Baron is currently available. We're about 25 and about some change over. So it does mean that there is that final chance. But even Good Chi are saying, we don't even want to test that. They backed away from giving even vision inside of that jungle route. So Bulldog Academy get free vision, complete control over the riverside, and now invading into enemy side jungle to lay down some wards.
And it's just rough right here for Good Chi. They're going to have to step up. You can't afford to give over this objective, but still, it's just going to be so miserable to actually try to get a big pick onto Bulldog Academy, to actually find yourself one of these big team fights. Obviously, they do have a little bit of an angle if you can get fully into the backline. I think the issue, though, is this Nico. Every single time that you think you've got yourself this big engage into the backline, every time Qualsy flies on in, Faulty just presses Alt, and the second that he does that, there's really nothing you can actually do. We saw in the previous fight, Qualsy was able to at least get the Crescent Guard off so he didn't get stunned up, but it still meant that all of that engage he'd been trying to lay down was immediately nullified.
It's tough to think about when anything that you try will be denied. For Good Chi, sometimes you gotta walk into that shield, run into it as hard as you can, and just pray You see a crack somewhere, but right now that crack is going to be opened up as Maru baits out the Pop Blossom, but is there going to be any follow-up? That's just a deletion of Fading Echoes as they fade out of existence. On the flip side, Harikari gets a solo inside enemy jungle territory as Soren J walked a little bit too close to that monster. Now, with Baron started up, Bulldog Academy get free reign.
In the matchups versus Good Chi and 5IQ, versus Paragon and 5IQ. Good Chi, we said they can't keep getting away with this. They made these victories look really, really hard. And versus Bulldog, you know, I thought they probably were going to be in the advantage. I thought Good Chi could get themselves a little bit of a victory right here. I didn't know that they were going to make it look easy. If they do manage to find this victory versus Bulldog, this is going to be the purest example of they can't keep getting away with this. But right now, it looks like Bulldog do really want to snap this streak in half. You can see people beginning to get towards those third items. That's 2 needlessly large rods in inventory for Faulty. That's going to be a death cap very, very soon. And Loopy, he hits that level 14, so he's going to start upgrading the items as well. This is going to be one strong squad for Good Chi trying to fight back, but Bulldog, they are running away with this one.
And we have to give credit, Bulldog Academy, they're not finding weaknesses in Good Chi specifically. I really don't think that's what it is. I think Bulldog Academy are just playing a fantastic game.
Exactly.
In and of itself. They have actively and proactively been moving around the map. They're constantly keeping Harikari on a swivel, making sure to keep these wave prepped, and then they push on other sides. Take a look at this, Faulty and Pibble, making sure to double up here with the Baron buff, taking an extra tower for themselves, which has been constant the entire time. It's why this gold lead is now ballooned to 9k, and why they can do something like this. Angling in with no dragon available except in a minute to challenge the rest of Good Chi inside of their own jungle. Pibble, Kakashi, and now a random freaking minion yet again. Faulty just being a silly little Nico.
Indeed, he's just hanging out with the rest of his friends.
He's going.
It's so funny. I absolutely love it. And this is going to be one red buff that is not going to be taken back by Good Chi. This is just going to be stolen away. Quality going in right here. Not sure that you really want to play this one aggressively. You can see bits of damage being done to Harikari, but that is also going to be one tanky Cho'Gath. And it feels like the time to find that final fight is right now. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I can't even blame Quality. I'm so sorry. I can't blame Quality for being like,
no,
bro, we can't deal with the Nika right now. Just Crescent Guard and pray that's a clone.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Quality is just, you can feel the frustration through the screen. Still though, that's now going to be 3 of those ornaments completed, right? That's some extra effective stats to try to make up a little bit, in part, for this 9,000 gold deficit that you find yourselves in. But they can't step up right now. You can see Good Chi, they've headed topside to potentially get themselves a little bit of objective bounty onto this top lane tier 1 tower that has still failed to fall. But because of that, because of these members up towards the top side of the map, that is now going to be the Cloud Soul locked in for Bulldog Academy. These carries are going to be moving even faster. And, hey, this is something. Faulty should die.
No, Faulty's not going to because he just
over
out. What a freaking ankle break! Faulty baits it away, stays alive, and now Harikari gets all the stacks in the world, chomps down on Maru, and gets another speed up. Loopy trying to buffer the knockup, but you're still going to get chased. Red buff allowing Pivotal to get into the mix as the Wukong is on a killing spree. Fading Echoes having to flash away, but guess who's coming around the backside? Pivotal being able to take up a tower shot. Kakashi there just for the support. And what was thought as Good Chi getting a good catch underneath the tower turns to their demise as now Bulldogs Academy are knocking on the inhibitor gates.
Hey, we had some questions about this composition right here for Bulldog Academy, but they have made it work. They're now going to be knocking down the doors of Good Chi. We kept saying Good Chi, they can't keep getting away with this. Well, Bulldogs seem to agree. They're not going to push for the end right now. They are going to back off. Don't want to throw away everything that they've worked for. But it feels like it's going to take a damn miracle at this point for Good Chi to get back into this game.
There are so many dreams and just changes right now. The reality is singing a whole different song.
He's dead!
He's down.
He's dead!
It took a while though, let's be honest, and that's not the worst place to die at as well. There's a reason why we're not too overly worried about that death. Ulti has gotten away with one too many situations. The top lane the most egregious. A death here is not the worst thing in the world.
Nope. Minute and a bit until the next Drake is going to spawn. 4 minutes until that critical Elder is going to be available. That could be a potential way for Good Chi to get back into this game. Steal away an Elder, win a massive fight. I mean, I don't even know how easy it's going to be to use the Elder to get an execute onto Harry Carey. He's huge right now. This is a gigantic Cho'Gath you're having to deal with at this point. And, I mean, look at him right now. Look at this guy. How do you kill him? Who here does enough damage to be able to kill him? Yes, you've got yourself an Essence Reaver upgraded and a Lord Doms in your back pocket as Maru, but I think you still have to sit here for multiple years to actually get through Harry Carey's health bar.
Harry Carey is just going to be like, I'm going to sit here. I really always, whenever I see tanks like this, I want to see that Bramble Vest come out just to be a dick. Like, that's really it. Just like, I want to
so
do it
miserable.
because I can. It's just, it's not even like stat-wise. Like, let's look down the line. Quality barely has any damage. You're 2 items in. Maru is sitting on, what, 2 items? You have an Essence, plus a Lord Dom, and which we know, Lord Doms does nothing nowadays. As much as it's helpful, it's not like Lord Doms.
You
not
have
doing
to get
anything.
it,
You're
but
barely
it doesn't
chunking
really
through
help.
a super minion. Poor Maru sitting there like, bro, I took a quarter of my HP and damage from that. Right now, we're seeing a chase into the tower here as the rest of Good Chi are actively hoping for something and losing on the other side of the map. Hibble and Faulty, yet again in perfect position to take another tower.
And I would love to say, it's because Korosh isn't here, right? Korosh is the big carry right here for Good Chi. He was fighting the massive shockwaves on the Orianna last time around, and because Korosh isn't here, that's why. That's why you can't win this one as Good Chi. But Sorange's been fine. He's in the best spot of any of the other people in the map right now. He's got a CS advantage over his opponent. He's very, very close to having that death cap completed for the 4th item. Got that updated Cosmic Drive as well. So it doesn't even feel like it's a mid lane problem right now. Good Chi, they've just been outpaced and outclassed in this game.
For Good Chi, it's all about the bad vibes, and can they turn it around? Bulldog Academy, though, looking to put the finishing touches on this game and move up to a 2-1 standing in one of the most convincing games that they had this season. Harikari stepping up in front of the mix, getting another stack onto that Heartsteel. Soren J trying to get that Scout of the Week down, trying to catch someone out, but honestly, it's just a slow burn. Take a look at that wave. You see that that Baron empowered cannon in the backside. There we go. Soren J finally takes it away. They're playing a little bit safer, but again, all the time in the world, Bulldog Academy don't care.
Yeah, they are playing very respectfully right now. I feel like they're in a strong enough spot to step up a little bit faster, but there's no need. You've got yourself those Baron-empowered minions pouring on through. You're going to have some Baron-empowered super minions pouring into the base very soon as well. And like you said, it took a lot for Soren J just to be able to take out that first cannon. Harry Carey stepping up, taking the space that he knows is his. That tower's going to fall very quickly. The inhibitor soon to follow. And this could well be the push towards the end.
I mean, right now, there is a little minion currently tucked into that mix. I believe still hiding on the back end, and maybe they spin off to the side. That's going to be a quick knock-up, double headbutt pulverize into a Cyclone mix. And then the Pop Blossom from the bottom side of the ropes catches them all by surprise, allowing DDD to free fire on the back end. Soren J gets one. Pivel can't step away, though. So Good Chi are given a moment's rest as they successfully defend their base. Not even close. DDD's like, I turn for the main objective.
Absolutely. Soren J, Maru, these are going to be the main carries right here for Good Chi. If they can hold it, it has to be these two. Still, you're playing into 3 members, and Maru insta-jumped.
Oh, but that's going to be a sacrifice. 1.5. Great knock-up on the back end. Soren J now goes down, and there is the finish that we were hoping for. May not be with the big bang, but the secondary explosion does just as much work. Bulldog Academy convincing and dominating win over Good Chi.
That's going to be Good Chi's win streak snapped in half. Bulldog Academy going to draw even with them in our standings. And Harry Carey 5-0-10 on this Cho'Gath. A massive performance from him. He was just taking over the Rift. And this is the Bulldog that we were really hoping to see. This is the Bulldog that we want to see in the previous split. And I gotta be honest, they didn't even change that much between the 2 splits. But they are looking so much better here in this one. Able to pick themselves up this victory. And congratulations to them. This makes the top of our table very, very interesting right now. I mean, I think Rise won their game versus Bandits earlier. I'm pretty sure Rise won their game versus Bandits earlier. So they should be 3-0 at the top of the standings. But then we've got a whole mass of teams right here sat all over these remaining spots. And down at the bottom right now, Paragon Bandits kind of languishing right down at the bottom. Still, it's a super fun split so far, and I love the fact that we are getting teams taking victories off of each other all the way through.
And not just that, upsetting expectations. We mentioned the fact that Bulldogs Academy, hey, you weren't looking great in the previous split. You were 0-9, barely stayed in, and now not only did you win a game last week, you have now taken a convincing win. On top of that, it feels like for Bulldog Academy, it is only going to continue. And then on the flip, the script goes for Good Chi, like, hey, you've been vibe checked. You better get ready for a reality that you are not sitting at the top of the table, which I'm sure they're used to, and I'm sure they're going to have something, as you mentioned, Kurash, maybe not here to play with, but they have a lot of things to work on that we now get to sit here and decide if they're going to be bottom of the pack or if they're going to be chasing on forward as we're heading into yet another week and another day. At the current moment, though, I don't want to take any more of your time. You've seen our faces for a little bit too long. We got the desk ahead of us to break down not only this game, but more of what we've seen all day. So let's go ahead and toss it over to them. Go ahead and close this out.
Thank you very much, Orbital. Yeah, I didn't mind your face, but let's get rid of Max as soon as we can. Bulldog Academy, they got one win through a little bit of a technicality last split, but now they have double that already with this victory over the previously undefeated Good Chi. A lot of people were writing off this roster at the start of the split, but they have come out swinging, Millie, and are really punching above their weight.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we were talking about the draft a little bit. You know, we weren't sure if they were able to make it work, but they did a good job at always finding these angles and forcing themselves in. And looking at the stats, of course, it shows how really one-sided it became at a certain point in time. I gotta say, for Good Chi, this was a bit of a revealing game. I think I called it in the green room, because that gives us a better clue of what they actually look like in a competitive setting versus a team that maybe more on the same level, possibly going to get better, because Bulldog Academy, they seem to be scaling really, really well here.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing for me is that it wasn't Mike and DDD, the sort of two traditional carries of mid lane and bot lane, that were really stepping up, Turok. It was Harry Carry and Pivolge that the sort of duo on the top side that were really able to take control of this game.
Yeah, they absolutely were, but just to touch also what we're seeing on our screen here, right? The bot lane playmaking was really insane as well from the side of Bulldog Academy. Yes, they lost the like early first blood, but this Alistair for the rest of the game was also making like a huge bit of impact, and we'll probably see that here on the gank, right? So across the board, there was like some quite interesting performances from Bulldog. I think we've seen like 3 of their players have a really good game here. Arguably all 5, which is great, because obviously the more good players that we're seeing on our screens, the better for everyone involved, right? And there were a lot of questions around Bulldog. I think some people thought maybe they weren't going to be that great, and actually I think judging by this performance, they've got a really good idea about how they want to play.
Yeah, and it's good to have that sort of identity that you can all stick around and all play to. I think that Faulty and DDD were offering consistency more than anything, whereas the top 2 were really just throwing at it. But we've talked a little bit about what this game means for Bulldog Academy, Millie, but what about Gucci? We're still very uncertain about their power level. We think this gives them a little bit of a better idea, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions about this team.
Yeah, I think so. I would agree. I was a little underwhelmed by their performance, to be really honest. I think I expected them to look at least a little bit more competitive. But on the other hand, I think this is a really good game for them to, get a realistic look at what's going on for themselves. Because we talked about the momentum. Of course, they come in with a great momentum, having these 2 wins in the bag, feeling very confident. But sometimes it's these setbacks that you need in order to keep improving and not, start chilling a little too early in the season, because there is still a few games to go. They've built themselves a good lead, if you want to say it like that. But now they can look at what do we actually have to improve, because I feel like they were just the enemy team just walked over them, and I feel like they lost control pretty early. Mid lane did a decent job. We can see it in the score here. That was at 3-1 for the Syndra, and that looked pretty fine. But overall, it was very, very rough. And I think some of the questions that we had beforehand are still standing, and it's up to them to look into it and figure out where they actually are and what they need to improve individually, but also as a team, because it lacked a little bit of a game plan, you know?
Yeah, it didn't really seem like Gucci were really all on the same page,
Yeah.
whereas Bulldog Academy, obviously with that split of experience under their belt, and Turok, you've obviously been a coach for a long time, there is a significant impact that 5 players just knowing each other a little bit better can have on the game.
Without a doubt, and we kind of saw that as both of you have been touching on, right? Like the Bulldog found a lot of really great angles, and you don't know how much of that is that they're on the same page versus Gucci really like having quite a haphazard performance. It didn't look like they made it too hard for them, right? But there was a lot of really great highlight moments from Bulldog Academy where they were finding these angles, they were finding Nico ults in some areas, they were finding unique engages, there was a lot of playmaking going on, and at the same time they weren't actually giving up much. It was a bit of a slow end to the game, but it was a very clean one. There was no real chaos, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they just slowly sort of ground Gucci out of the game, which, you'd much rather that than full chaos, which is nice to see.
Yeah, a consistent, repeatable strategy is generally going to serve you a little bit better in the long run. But there was one player on the side of Bulldog Academy who I think just on balance offered maybe not more than the other players on their team, but if you were going to pick one person as a standout, Mille, I think we were looking at Harry Carey, and ultimately that Cherghast was just a very large chungus come the end of that game.
Absolutely. I mean, he completely popped off. Look at the KDA, 5-0-10. That speaks for itself. Total damage also
damage,
massive.
Yeah.
Because in the end, I think one of you guys even said, I don't think you want to walk into him here, because no, you really don't want to meet this champion at a later point in the game, especially as an ADC. Trust me, from my perspective, it hurts. I'll get one shot, right? So definitely did a great job also during the lane as well. We can see it here pretty early on. They have been trying to, force things, get a little bit of damage back. Loopy tried really hard to fight back, especially in the earlier stages of the game. But in the end, Harikari was a wall that no one was able to kill. And that's, I think, a big question when it comes to champions like Cho'Gath, but also Mundo, is like, who's going to kill them? And no one had an answer on the side of Gucci. So very well played by Harikari. Always there at the right time, being the front line that Bulldog Academy needed.
Yeah, and it's great to see on a pick that we weren't necessarily certain if it was going to operate within the full draft, right? We were saying, oh, look at this, Bulldog Academy, great draft, and then all of a sudden, they've kind of messed it up with their last 2 picks. But I think it's interesting that actually, in terms of impact, it was Harry Carey, but also faulty on that Nico, having some really exceptional ults in team fights, even if it wasn't necessarily reflected in the KDA. So my question to sort of the two of you now is, what do we feel like for Thursday for these teams? What do we feel like looking forward? I guess for Bulldog Academy will come in this first. Do we feel like this is a repeatable strategy? Give Harry Carey these tanks and just sort of rely on this top side to get into a decent enough position, set up for the team fights, and just play through like that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very keen on what Bulldog Academy were doing. They looked, you can only take what you see, right? And for what we could see, they were very on the same page. They were very consistent. They had a draft, which, at least from my end, I said the first 3 was insanely winning. They played that component of the draft well. Their 4-5, I was a bit more unsure about. They played that component of the draft very well. It's always hard to judge how much of it is, did the enemy team make it a little bit easy for them, so they just all looked good, which is definitely like a component of it. But yeah, you still got to come through and actually do like a really, really good job of punishing that, and still it was showing why you went in certain directions. So if they continue to do that, which I think they will, there's no reason for them to change course, then I think they're on to a very good game Thursday.
Well, I'm sure that Jolly is going to be very excited to hear that. I believe that we have got the standings, and we can have a little bit of a look at how today's matches have affected things. So we've got Rise Gaming alone at the top of the table, Belfast Storm, Brod and Friends chasing them up, Gucci, Inkwick, Bulldog Academy and Absolved operating in the sort of middle of the pack section, then Venom Crest, Bandits and Paragon bringing up the rear. Interesting to see 2 of our former Four Nations champions there on the right-hand side of the scoreboard, Venom Crest and the Bandits not doing that well. But Mille, does it start to feel like we're getting a bit more of an idea of who's actually strong in this league and who we're expecting to struggle a little bit, or are we still just going to be mired in chaos as per usual on the Four Nations?
I mean, look, I think it's a bit of both. I think after match day 3, having seen, all of these teams actually play several games, I think we're getting a better idea. However, the chaos factor of the UKEL plays into it more than in any other league I've ever seen in my entire life. So if chaos strikes, then no one is safe, and even Rise will, fall at a certain point. But I do think it gives us an idea of what to expect from teams, and also maybe toning our hype down for other teams that we maybe thought, oh my god, this is so surprising. It's giving us a realistic view at things, and it's keeping us grounded as well, on the other hand.
That's important. That's important to stay grounded. I like that. I like that a lot. Well, we are reaching the end of our allotted time on the air. I would appreciate it if both of you could sum up your experience and your thoughts on this day of UK and Ireland League of Legends action. Turok, give me a word. What are we saying?
Very enjoyable.
Enjoyable. I like that. Mille, how are you feeling?
Chaos as per usual. That's how I feel.
Well, I'm feeling tired because I've been on all 4 games today, and if you have stuck around for all 4 games on the stream, then thank you very much. Even if you could only make one, that's still pretty good. That is going to be it from us this evening of the Four Nations by UKEL. Thank you so much to everyone for watching. Shout out to the team behind the scenes for making everything happen. I've been Middlecourt. We will see you again on Thursday.